Xin được chào mừng toàn thể quý vị đại biểu và các bạn khán giả đang theo dõi qua màn ảnh nhỏ. Chúng ta đang cùng quay trở lại với vòng tuyển chọn Asian Games 2026 bộ môn PUBG Mobile.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to 2026 Asian Game Esports Qualifiers PUBG Mobile Asian Games version.
Vâng, và kính thưa quý vị và các bạn, như vậy là trong ngày thi đấu hôm qua, chúng ta đã tìm ra được 6 cái tên xuất sắc để bước vào vòng chung kết diễn ra vào ngày mai.
Yesterday's matches delivered plenty of excitement as we witnessed the first team secure their places in the finals.
Và trong ngày thi đấu hôm nay thì 11 đội tuyển sẽ cùng cạnh tranh cho mình những tấm vé còn lại để xuất hiện trong danh sách là những ứng viên tiềm năng đến với lại Asian Games 2026.
And today, the journey continues. The remaining 11 teams will battle for the final 6 spots, competing the lineup for the finals and keeping their dreams of reaching Asian Games 2026 alive.
Đại diện cho vinh quang của quốc gia và vùng lãnh thổ, đại diện cho khát vọng góp mặt tại đấu trường danh giá nhất châu Á, họ đã sẵn sàng để bước lên sân khấu.
representing the pride of their nations and territories, representing the dream of competing on Asia's biggest sporting stage. They are ready to step onto the stage.
Xin được chào đón đội tuyển đầu tiên bước lên sân khấu PUBG Mobile, đội tuyển Brunei Darussalam.
Please welcome the first team to take the PUBG Mobile stage, Team Brunei Darussalam.
Với các thành viên Shaco, Newbies, Joey và Rom. Tiếp theo, xin được chào đón đội tuyển Iraq.
Next, please welcome Team Iraq.
Với các thành viên Icon, ISO 77, Kevin, ATA và Wash. Đại diện cho một cộng đồng PUBG Mobile đang dần lớn mạnh tại Đông Nam Á. Xin chào đón đội tuyển Cộng hòa Dân chủ Nhân dân Lào.
Representing a growing PUBG Mobile community in Southeast Asia, please welcome Lao People's Democratic Republic.
Với các thành viên Alun Dadep, Bun Hin, Banthor Nasib và Park Sila. Đến từ một trong những nền PUBG Mobile giàu kinh nghiệm và cạnh tranh bậc nhất Đông Nam Á, xin chào đón đội tuyển Malaysia.
From one of the most experienced and highly competitive PUBG Mobile scenes in Southeast Asia, please welcome Team Malaysia.
Với các thành viên Fastcry, Xiaomio, Kim và Ista. Một trong những cường quốc hàng đầu của PUBG Mobile thế giới, xin chào đón đội tuyển Mông Cổ.
One of the leading powerhouses in the global PUBG Mobile scene, please welcome Team Mongolia.
Với các thành viên DOK, Reforce, Top và Zekion. Bước lên sân khấu để khẳng định phong độ ở thời kỳ đỉnh cao của mình, xin được chào đón Myanmar.
Stepping onto the stage to assert their big form, please welcome Myanmar.
Với các thành viên Barnett, Romeo, Cyclow và Spy. Một trong những đất nước có số lượng người chơi PUBG Mobile đông đảo nhất, xin được giới thiệu đội tuyển Nepal.
Representing one of the countries with the largest PUBG Mobile player bases, please welcome Team Nepal.
Với các thành viên Zio, Delta, Misty và Thami Basamai. Tiếp theo, xin được chào đón đội tuyển Oman.
Please welcome the next team to take the stage, Oman.
Với các thành viên Sri Amma, Steve, Salami và Scorpio. Một trong những cường quốc của PUBG Mobile, họ đến đây để thống trị. Xin chào đón đội tuyển Pakistan.
One of the powerhouses of PUBG Mobile, here to dominate the competition. Please welcome Team Pakistan.
Với các thành viên Malek, Huzaifa, T và IQ. Xin hãy chào đón đội tuyển các tiểu vương quốc Ả Rập Thống Nhất.
Please welcome Team United Arab Emirates.
Với các thành viên Reply, Foremost, Al-Jab và Samsi. Và cuối cùng bước lên sân khấu xin được chào đón đội tuyển Uzbekistan.
And finally, stepping onto the stage, please welcome Team Uzbekistan.
Với các thành viên Glory, Easy for Bad Boy, Hot Boy và Ramses. Sân khấu đã sẵn sàng và ngay bây giờ xin mời quý vị và các bạn khán giả đến với phần bình luận để trận đấu được phép bắt đầu.
The stage is set and everything is ready. Now, over to our commentators as we prepare to begin the match.
And we are finally here for day number 2 for the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers PUBG Mobile Asian Games version. With me, Choo and Contra as your casters on Das here today. But we are super excited when it comes to Group B because this is all superstar group right now.
I absolutely do agree with you, Choo. I mean, when we look at the list of names who are competing here in Group B themselves, these are athletes of world caliber. And of course, we are also seeing rising stars out of the regions. They are also up and coming with new competitors such as Laos also in the picture. So they're definitely going to be putting in some good surprises for our competition for this evening. Of course, with the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers PUBG Mobile Asian Games version, we've already seen 6 teams back in Group A who have qualified into the main event for tomorrow. But more importantly, there's still going to be another 6 spots for today, Choo. And that is the big question here. Who's going to be the next few that will join tomorrow's stage? And I just can't wait to find out, because yesterday it was Vietnam, Thailand, Hong Kong, China, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Indonesia, Jordan to make it into the top 6. So only another 6 more to go, and we got 6 games remaining.
And for the teams for today, of course, they only have 6 maps to really push all out. We're talking about really a good sprint here. But when it comes to yesterday, just to recap for you guys as well, the 6th slot was actually a tie. So I hope it's not going to be the same case here today. Because, you know, it's what coincidence. I did mention with one of our co-casters yesterday as well, FaZe, that we might ended up with a tiebreaker till the very end of the day. And it actually happened. That one chicken dinner will be the biggest differentiation between the 6th and 7th place if they ended up with a tie.
Yeah, and what I really do love about this format, like you said, that chicken dinner is so valuable, not only in the form of tiebreakers, if it ever does happen. A chicken dinner can already guarantee you, you know, that hefty 10 points on top of whatever elimination that the teams will be able to follow suit with. So with 2 chicken dinners, that's pretty much a guarantor for you to hit right into the finals for tomorrow evening. Of course, we do have our maps to be played out with 4 matches of Wrangle and then followed by 2 maps of Miramar. And we're gonna go quickly into the evening with only about 10 more seconds to go.
Yeah, we're going to head over to our first map when it comes to the group stage in B group. Now, don't forget to cheer and support and rally behind your national teams, because they are showcasing a lot of things here: passion, determination, and also the sense of pride. So let's hop into our first map of day number 2.
Imagination, unity, and a bright future awaits those who are going to brave the challenges up ahead here in the PUBG Mobile edition of this Asian Games. And of course, that being said though, the flight path will start off all the way from the North Point into the southeast corner of Milta Power. So I would dare say that this is still relatively comfortable for most of the teams that likes to play around that mainland. It's only going to be a little bit of a stretch for those who like to move towards the western corner of the map, but all in all, I think this is a great way to kick off our first match of the evening.
Yeah, I do know there's a lot of Falux fans down there. Team Pakistan is one of the most spoken here in the chat as well. And they just recently won themselves the recent PMGO Season 1. And I think that's pretty much fresh when it comes to the momentum here as well, because that was a couple of weeks ago and they still have a momentum. They might actually bring it into this tournament as well. But we talked about also the former champions, former world champions like YG, which are going to be the players of Team Myanmar right now. Same goes for Team Iraq. They also have high caliber players. There's so many star players here who do have first contact made or not yet, but Crosshawk around the school area seems to be slightly saturated as a start, as our first circle slightly on the northern side.
Yeah, and certainly enough, when it comes down to the very first game, all these other teams are meeting each other for the very first time in this format, and therefore you will tend to see a little bit of that chaos going around the Badminton School. It does seem like the Laotian side has been able to spot some patterns of movement coming from Uzbekistan. Ramses and co, they have played together in the form of the organization ArcRid, and of course there's also going to be a member that will be joining in, coming in from GK Esports as well. So I definitely do think that Uzbekistan has a lot to offer as well. Meanwhile, he's all alone, though. I really do wonder where is the rest of Uzbekistan right at this moment. I believe it's not too much of a commotion for them to handle for the time being. But overall, I just love the fact that, you know, we have so much diversity in play style as well. Because when we take a look at Uzbekistan, has picked himself up the M249 and also a fresh new face here in the Asian Games 20th year of play. We're going to see Salamenko coming in from Team Oman, who will be, of course, joining forces here to make their debut in the Battle Royale format. And of course, this is still the first year that we're ever getting the Battle Royale format. So this is so super exciting to see Oman in action.
Yep. Well, we do have a couple of players who start running around. That's going to be Team Uzbekistan, of course. Easy, bad boys for the RTXL. Team Laos in trouble. That's going to be first contact made. Easily execution coming up from side of Ramses. Score himself 1 elimination points. But that's huge information for the side of Team Laos. So they know there'll be somebody coming up from the southern side of where their compound's at. Huge warning sign for them to start moving as well. And I love how confident a bad boy is currently right now. I mean, Easy, he's really going all out for himself. I mean, they are very spread out for Team Uzbekistan. We saw Ramses was quite far compared to the others. So I guess they probably have a rendezvous point afterwards, probably stage 2 or 3.
Yeah, it does seem like their game plan here is to really put Team Laos on the whole, in a sense where you saw the long-range attempts coming in from the side of Easy for Bad Boy has been pretty sublime, I must say. Now they're retaliating because they do know that if they do not deal with Bad Boy, there's just no option but to stay put. So long as they clear that sector, then they should have at least a little bit more of that reprieve. Now, of course, the fans from the Burmese side, Team Myanmar, representing as they have been, of course, at one point, champions of the world in the form of Yangon Galacticos. We're seeing some really familiar faces in the form of Smile, Mernat, Romeo, as well as SayCloud to play together once again. So in terms of the dynamics of the team, I'm very, very certain that they are going to have the best synergy amongst the many that are playing this evening.
Oh, you'll be surprised because this is another team that have very, very good firepower we're talking about. Well, I do know there's a lot of fans coming up for Aurora Gaming. And we do know there's a long history for the Team Mongolia here. The players coming out from former Gold Vibes back in the day, and there's also from SGE, and then they all combined into APG, and now they are representing Team Mongolia. And I'm actually expecting, we had this conversation behind the scenes just now, and we expect Team Mongolia probably going to be slightly proactive than the others when it comes to trying to find those elimination points early.
And I guess like for the stage 1 circle, most of the teams won't be all too active for now. They're still reading the room, but certainly from stage 3 we might see more of Team Mongolia, because right now they started off inside of Sonoska military base, and at SMB you gotta consider and weigh in your options. Do you want to rotate in early? Do you want to maybe wait for a while, tank out the first phase of the blue zone, and then move deeper into the next stages? Now, UAE is also another squad that is very, very interesting, because they have definitely a really good mix of prodigies as well as veteran players on their side. So definitely looking forward to what they bring to the table, as we've definitely seen, notable names such as Redline to also appear in the Mediterranean circuit overall across MENA. Meanwhile, we got to see whether if they will be able to look around and ambush some of the members of Team Myanmar who's on the move.
Well, they are moving in parallel motion right now between these two teams. Team United Arab Emirates seems to be definitely heard those warning shots before, but I think they are not so interested coming up from the Team Myanmar right now. They are retreating, knowing that this conflict might be too early. We're still in stage 1. And do note that Team Mongolia seems to be slightly further from the rest of the other teams. They're taking a bit of the blue zone. So I guess they definitely want to play slightly a bit later than the rest, since we do know when it comes to only 6 maps in a day and you get only 1 chance to read out the team. This map is super important for them to mark their territory, to make sure their territory will not be breached in the early stage. So I guess everybody's on the edge as well, to making sure not making the first mistake here.
True enough. And of course, over here, we also do have Team Brunei making their appearance here in the 20th Asian Games. And of course, we've seen them taking action back in a PMPL MYSG scene with newbies, as well as Chewy, who has played over onto the Malaysian shores. And of course, they have represented Brunei by playing within Crit VIP and also beyond that as well. So great to also see them getting involved here. And they do also have a really good spot to hold in between Rozak, because right now it's looking like a 50-50 where you could go further over onto the northern region, which is not too heavily occupied. And indeed it does. It falters around that area where Iraq's holding at by the Lake of Yasnaya Polyana.
We've seen this kind of lake circle before. It was kind of a bit massive, especially those long range across the lake. That's going to be crucial for them to be in there as fast as they can. We can see a lot of teams moving into only one direction. That's going to be on the northern side. There'll be major thinning of crowd just to cross over Yasnaya Polyana. Now, if the teams want to be safer, they can actually rotate a bit longer distance, a bit further, whether to go to the right or left side of the entry, but majority of them do opt out to go straight from the south. So I guess we do have early clashes here at stage 2 entering to 3.
Yeah, speaking of which, there's already some tags being sent out coming in from the side of Glory, marking onto those members who are driving by. Oman getting trailed by Easy for Bad Boy. He's gonna land 1 tag over on the back, but that's all to it. Thankfully enough, Oman will still be on their journey, but Iraq arrives to the scene, and Amar, he drops out of the vehicle. That's a really costly casualty right there, as that's a easy claim coming in from the side of Team Iraq to score themselves that first point. Of course, sometimes in the mix of those rotations, this is what happens when too many teams are scrambling for space.
Oh, speaking of space, there's not plenty for many that want to get into the center of circle, including Team Malaysia. One of them got eliminated. There's going to be Kim coming up from Team Nepal, and the players coming up from Nepal's side. It's going to be from Three Bros. Back to Team Malaysia. Fax Cry spotted a couple of players of Team Nepal and tried to do some damage control, but team from Myanmar seems to be very interested to be a third party from the sidelines there.
Oh, wow. There's also Team Pakistan getting involved. Falak, of course, hot favorites coming from the side of Four Tribes fans, will be rallying him on with his first knock. And just like that, because there was that involvement coming from Team Malaysia as well as Pakistan, Nepal, they are having one member taken out already. But good news for Zayo, he's being revived. So Shamil just a little late to the scene in order to claim that point. So for now, Team Malaysia, they will hunker down onto this compound for the time being.
Everybody's just treading on thin ice, walking on eggshells right now, being super careful. I mean, most of them losing just their scouters for now. But that's major information relayed back to the team. But so far, we don't see any team invested fully to commit to one fight yet. But I see that Team Malaysia trying to set up a trap here, while two of them being inside of the warehouse, the others try to... Faxcry tried to reposition himself to get in those off angle, but the circle will shrink. Will still be the lake of your sniper, and yes, it might still be, but a lot of teams start to rotate themselves into the northern side, where Team Myanmar already booked themselves on top of Stalber. But we might have the clash between the top teams here. Team Myanmar versus Team Mongolia. It might happen soon.
Yeah, and you can see that convoy coming from Team Mongolia into the top of Stalber. Smile watching, waiting, and he's going to reposition to slowly trail right ahead. Burnat's going to be able to set things nicely for the side of Myanmar to score their first one. They get the knock over onto Refus as well. So that is going to be that perfect target, and they're happy with that outcome, and they continue on. The rest of Mongolia, though, losing one isn't all too concerning just yet, but the problem right now is, where do they actually find themselves a location that's safe enough for them to hold out?
You can see everybody's unfamiliar about the other's rotation. The moment they lost one of their players, they did not all go in either side. Either you are losing or you're gaining the points. These players, they're being super careful about this. Everybody will just go for a retreat or regroup in a different position, relocate themselves the moment they got caught in the process of migrating to a different compound. That just shows how much discipline and try to hold themselves back from these early conflicts. But we do know less than 2 minutes on the clock here. Stage 4, it won't be easy to avoid this conflict anymore. Like it or not, it will try to squeeze them out into a very small space to fight it out by the end of it. It's just a matter of who happened to walk in the trap first.
True enough, and you can see the limited space as well as the limited compounds left available. Every time a team comes in a little bit late to the equation, they will definitely think twice about invading into those compounds, because more often than not, they're absolutely occupied. Speaking of which, it's UAE versus Oman right at this moment. Redline being very, very careful about this maneuver, because he knows very well that this certain location has definitely been taken over way early on, and that's going to be TMG8 coming from Nepal, getting attacked through, and that's one more member from the side of Team Mongolia who's currently on their knees waiting for that pickup to happen. We'll have to get a little bit of update on what really transpires from that skirmish. But for now, doesn't seem like it's all too concerning just yet, since there is not too much of a pursuit. UAE, though, they're scaling up Mount Stalber, and they're getting up close and personal up against Team Myanmar.
Oh, well, here comes the circle once more. Like we expect, it's going to be any time. Whoever starts the fight first, all eyes will lock down to these guys, because they are just too close between each other. We're talking about less than 200 meters apart, and it's within their reach to be at a third party. But unfortunately, those coming up from the north, they have to pull all the way back and retrack their step to Yasnaya Poliana. Look at Team Pakistan. They did not willing. They definitely took their own sweet time not to go way up north. and get baited by the circle, they stand their ground and still stick to their gut. The fact that they're still inside of the circle and around the sniper arena, so there's plenty of space for them on the southern side. But we heard gunshots already starting the fights there between two teams. UAE, they are quite not in a comfy zone. We're talking about them the furthest away from the circle from the northern side view. So if they are late, imagine those warning shots to be gatekeepers from the inside of a circle afterwards. It's going to be a nightmare for them.
Yeah, it's already quite a scary maneuver for the likes of many. And like you said, like Pakistan, they were patient. And to my surprise, I thought that maybe more teams will occupy the space of Yasnaya as a checkpoint so that they don't overcommit it into rotating too far ahead. And now a lot of teams, they have to make this forced U-turn. And thankfully for the side of Team Myanmar, they didn't really move too far off from Stalber. All they really have to do is descend from that hill. They held it well enough to gain that 1 point. And take a look at how competitive this circuit is. We have 6 teams already, each of them bagging 1 point apiece. Team Lao on their debut, though, this has been a little bit of a rough start for them, losing 2 members early on, being well wrong. He's just going to be able to arrive to the scene as this PMCL champion who's played with multiple teams before is showing up strong, trying to contest up against Oman, but Oman, they're unfazed. They want to go up ahead, and they might actually take a dive into the lake as Schofield now gets a reprieve by the corner wall, but will be met with the rest of Uzbekistan holding over our back, and just like that, it will be them succumbing to defeat up against Uzbekistan.
But look at the swarm flying over to this side. Team Iraq and Team Brunei definitely heard those shots before, and they treat it as a navigation compass for their side. The sound of the open fires here definitely will attract unwanted attention to a side of Team Uzbekistan. And speaking of which, we do have Team Lao engaging as well with another team currently. Team Brunei trying to find those early on shots. They spotted out those smokes being popped by Team Uzbekistan. Spotted out Team Iraq, who's happened to be just dropping and just stopping by as well. But on the side of Team Brunei, I would be worried for them. Their ammunition is not going to be enough, but Team Lao in trouble right now.
BH barely having enough health to work with. He's only down to 5 bandages, which is why he's just hanging on. And he still gets the job done. That's the second knock, and he's just looking for another 1 versus 1 up against El Chap. Is he gonna find it though? Here comes the troubles. He will be able to secure it. And Ace, as he tries to salvage the situation, that will be a stray tag coming out of nowhere to take him down. Wait,
just
it's an explosion.
Man. It's just seconds. We dropped 3 teams already. Now we're left with only 8 teams. And when it comes to the circle, I think Team Pakistan actually have the best entry into it with no problem, no contest at all when it comes to the southern side. But they still have the circle. Speaking of, I don't know, is this just luck or really they're good at reading the circle? But when it comes to try to have a control of the circle, Team Pakistan, if they play it well, they can actually farm a lot of eliminations from that standpoint.
Yeah, they really do have a great control over onto the southern region. Meanwhile, I saw the minimap and Team Mongolia, they're still by the edge all the way up north, so they will have to brute force their way into opening a territory of their own. Great tags coming from the side of Brunei, putting a little bit of damage over onto Easy for Bad Boys. And Chewy, he's not going to wait any longer. And the rest of Brunei Darussalam goes in for the rush, gets that triple. Newbies, he is showing up strong for his hometown heroes. And of course, Brunei right now takes the lead at 5 points.
Team Mongolia, good news. They managed to revive one of the fallen teammates early on. Now try to engage and challenge Team Nepal. Zayo in trouble. He got surrounded by Team Mongolia. There's no room of error at all when it comes to the CQC. They're coming in for the rush. TMG8, what can he do about this? But back to us. Team Brunei versus Iraq. Wahish will have only 1 rock to cover himself. Hopefully, they can actually enter into the circle, which these 2 teams right now definitely not inside yet. Wow.
That was a massive nade connecting, and now the trades going back and forth. Wrong, still trying to rally up against the rest of Team Iraq. And this long-range tags coming from both ends is not really getting all too much for either side because Team Pakistan is about to get involved too.
Oh, this is chaos. We're talking about one angle having 3 teams might cancel each other out. We haven't seen the other side of the circle yet, but here comes Team Iraq coming in for the rush. But Team Brunei, they are prepared to take a slight advantage on this elevation, but unfortunately, Kevin knows better. Iraq managed to secure 1 and Team Pakistan just arrived. But unfortunately, Brunei team got eliminated from there. Team Pakistan, they want to take those points away in the last minute, but it was just a tad bit too late. Here comes Falak. He's cooking and prepping it out. His trowels, hoping it will somehow connect within the smoke, but unfortunately, there's going to be a retreat coming up from Team Iraq. ASO trying to gain any sort of information or visualization on Team Pakistan. But I love how these 2 teams play right now. They sneak and pick and hide themselves, not giving away too much information. But Huzaifa, from an off angle, managed to knock down on 1. Will it be a go time for Team Pakistan right now? Falak just arrived.
And both sides, they will never back down when it comes down to a duel. It is Twisted Minds versus 4 Tribes in essence, and you can see how sharp they are. Trade for another trade. Icon back and forth up against Falaki, does find the mark. T24 OP is trying to pull off a quick revive, and right now the push is being set right in, coming from the side of SO. Is he going to be able to find the mark? He does actually spot Huzaifa all the way from the back. Being very careful about this. The revive did go through. Now the SOK will not find the mark. Instead, T24. He comes up on top.
Kevin, it's all on to Kevin right now. Very unhealthy HP. Oh, he barely can stand up. Icon just arrived a bit too late, but can he do anything about this rather than damage control? He definitely bring his teammate up in the air a bit, but Icon and UMP, hopefully to actually get on 1, he might just cause another with 1 bleeding out for Team Pakistan. But the problem is, can he spot Huzaifa? What a nade!
That was beautiful from Huzaifa. You can see the fight went on and on and on. Pakistan, they found another opening. Icon was absolutely on fire. You saw how many points he's gotten for the side of Team Iraq. And they still walk out with 4, but 4 is all that they gained so far. Meanwhile, they carry on with the side of Team Nepal, as they are on top of the hill, eyeing out on the rest of Team Mongolia. And it's only down to Zio. And take a look at the couple attacks. It's the rest of Myanmar arriving to the scene. It's holding them back as well. So that gives a little bit more room for the rest of Team Mongolia to breathe.
Oh, Master Zordi, hoping nobody tried to rush towards their side, but at least they managed to recuperate a bit on the side of Team Nepal. Down to only 2 players. We're down to only top 4 right now. Team Malaysia, Team Nepal. Well, Team Myanmar do have a full squad. Team Pakistan have a trio, and we do know when it comes to their firepower, that's more than enough, despite they lost Falak early on. But for Team Malaysia, Shamil is surrounded by Team Myanmar. How to get out even from the blue zone, but who's shooting? Is it going to be Master Zordi from afar? I think it's going to be Team Myanmar.
Oh, they heard his footsteps. Unfortunately for Team Malaysia, they ran out of the space. He was actually considering of getting back at the side of Team Nepal, but of course, the rest of Team Myanmar, they have been definitely on the nose of what's really going on. They do have the hovercraft, a very tanky vehicle for the rest of these teams to eventually deal with. TMGA, though, on the mark, has been able to locate majority of the members of Team Myanmar. A couple of these utils now being handed out over onto the open grounds. In such a short duration, in stage 6, we're only down to these 3 teams, and Team Nepal, they're happy to really let a couple of these other members of Team Pakistan to also get involved, but Master Zordi gets picked off.
Feel like this is going to be an easy chicken for Team Pakistan. They are unscouted by these 2 teams right now. None of their scouters or no information regarding Team Pakistan position for Team Nepal and Myanmar. It's going to be them trying to take each other out first. Here comes their repositioning for Team Pakistan. Look at how they're creeping behind Team Nepal. Smile tried to take down the last player of Team Nepal as well. It's going to be sandwiched between 2 sides here. Team Nepal for the last play, TMG8. What can you do about it? Here comes the overcraft. Oh, he got down, and that's going to be gone. Team Nepal have to place themselves in the third place for the first round here. Well, Team Myanmar, they just walk in straight with a hovercraft. Got slight elevations. Romeo, can he actually spot any of the Team Pakistan player? Here comes Nate flying in. Who will be hit down first?
And right now, there's just no visuals for the side of Team Myanmar. They just have to go in for some blind calls of those utils. And speaking of which, they soak a big one. And it's coming in from IQ from all the way down under. And this opens up the account for the side of Team Pakistan. The members of 4 tribes can smell it already. And there we go. We have Romeo trying to hold the line. Can he do it up against Pakistan?
IQ, he does have a Molotov right now. He can actually just toss it away to make sure they are cornered. But Romeo will try to walk out, try to snake within the smoke. Here comes an ace flying over. Smile still asking and screaming for help. Unfortunately, nobody have the time. They're a bit occupied right now with the bombardments coming up from the side of Team Pakistan here. But IQ knocked down by SayCloud. This is going to be an opening. OP try to go in and help this teammate, but it's quite slippery here.
And they're slowly running out of space. There's not much time left for the side of Team Myanmar. They're by the edge of the zone, being held back. And when they run through the open space, Huzaifa has been able to mark them down. SayCloud, now he gets a little bit of info. He needs to deal with Huzaifa, or else the rest of Team Myanmar will bow out.
Huzaifa have to start to move as well. He's slightly close to as the Blues only pop the smoke straight away. Knowing SayCloud has him on his crosshair. There's a sharp taps coming up from SayCloud. Basically a brief spray of that. Very beautiful indeed. Crispy at that. But SayCloud, he got those elevations, but it's a bit too steep for him to visualize these two players. It's going to be a 1v2 situation right now. Romeo will be safe for now, but SayCloud holding the line by himself. And Team Myanmar. Wow, that was a very epic ending between these two teams, but Myanmar scored the first chicken of today.
And just like how they did back in the past with Yangon Galacticos, they continue to be the shining beacon of hope for Myanmar as they bring back the glory of the first chicken dinner of the evening here in Group B, here at the 20th Asian Games Qualifier.
I think the only difference just now was just the level of grounds. That's it. Team Myanmar, those elevations did actually impact it so much for their gameplay. And the MVP, you have it to give it to none other than Master Smile. Is definitely not smiling yet, but they prepared themselves with the camera. There you go, with a bit of a pose. And that's going to be the MVP for our first map for Group B.
And Choo Choo, like we've expected, the Battle of the Titans, it was the former champions here that still shows that they still have what it takes here to eventually secure a ticket to Aichi Nagoya, Japan. But of course, we still got more games to go. Maybe too soon to tell, as Team Pakistan, they were also blazing up the heat and really raising the bar here in game one, where it was all that back and forth going on. Team Nepal were also added, but they were sandwiched in between both Team Myanmar as well as Pakistan, which was rather unfortunate. And then you have Team Malaysia, who snuck in from the back to make it to the top 4. So I think that our first game here is just going to be a little bit of a taste of what's going to be offered in the upcoming rounds too.
So many champions in this lobby, oh my god. When it comes to the finale, it's always going to be so heated up. When it comes to even at the end just now, contra, we can see Team Myanmar, Team Pakistan elimination points. It wasn't too much of a difference. They're very close to double digit, and I'm not sure if there's any other team that scored as much as these two teams right now, because they are the ones that having the most elimination points that we can actually see across the map. And unfortunately, Team Mongolia happened to be really stuck in between all of those rotations. Like we mentioned before, the moment it will enter stage 3 and 4, whoever opens fire, you basically just attract all those attention to yourself.
Indeed, and overall, it's such a beautiful game that we got to witness here this evening here in Group B. Now, of course, we get the comparison of stats between the top 2 scorers, and like you said, it was really close up towards the point where I believe the most important player for the side of Pakistan in that battle was actually Huzaifa, because he was in charge of marking those who are on the top side of the hill, because the ones who are hugging by the ledge of the hill, they don't really have that clear vision. They run out of utils, and that was basically the main focal point, and Team Myanmar have identified that, and because of that perfect tag all the way from across, they've been able to really put the closure to that battle up against Pakistan, which is where they find that extra couple of eliminations to walk out with a total of 21 points in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, for Team Pakistan just now, they have a very small window. I agree with how Huzaifa actually is the pivotal player in this round for Team Pakistan. Not just he did such a beautiful hand grenade toss just now, and also when it comes to him being the off angle in the last minute, it was super crucial for him to not get found by the off angle or the cover fire from the side of Team Myanmar. But when it comes to the points, it's gonna be a double-digit elimination on the side of Team Myanmar with 11, the only team with a double-digit across this board right now. Unfortunately, we only have Team Oman without any points, so they have to double up when it comes to the next 8-wrangle map.
That's right. And it's such a good showing coming in from Team Iraq, Brunei Darussalam, as well as Mongolia, where you saw they were scrambling for space and they still managed to really put up quite the ferocious battle where we saw them basically going for exchanges after exchanges. And I think like the most trolling ones that we saw, I believe it was Pakistan versus Team Iraq, because that was a really, really intense battle, which resulted in a beautiful victory coming from Team Pakistan. And that recovery, once they recovered, you saw they were having a really nice pacing coming from the south, and then they took over control, which eventually led up to the final few battles happening over the hillside. So, of course, that was basically round one. I believe that we're going to have more of all these teams coming in as we bring you the highlights.
Wow, that's going to be MVP Small. And so far, when it comes to this lobby, I think we're going to have a changeable MVP probably for the next one. I mean, some of them just started out their engines, and we haven't seen the best for certain teams yet. For example, Team Mongolia was expecting more, but maybe they were, trying to familiarize with their rotation first. Because when it comes to the first map with this kind of lobby, yes, some of them did know about each other, but there are some mix of certain clubs before. I mean, it's not going to be a whole crew of the same team when it comes to represent the nation, right? So they probably have a different idea and different approach than they used to. There'll be some change of dynamic when it comes to the rotation. So they need at least first map to experiment whether they pick the right choice of first drop spot or the second and third checkpoints. So I assume when it comes to the initial drop spot, when it comes to a random map for the next one, I assume they will not change as much since we don't have to the first stage before.
Yeah, also considering the fact that first few zones that were appearing all the way up north has led into some really difficult challenges for teams to really not only navigate their way of convoying into the zone, but also at the very same time, you saw there was a lack of compound, there was a lack of terrains for them to really find cover, which I really do understand that maybe a couple of teams, they weren't able to really find an opening in order to really get the better yield of the results. But overall, I think like I'm still pretty satisfied with majority of the outcome. Even like you saw, Team Malaysia, they did squeeze into number 4. They did not actually secure any form of elimination points, which is why they slide down the pecking order. You saw Brunei Darussalam, they were very early. They were also getting themselves very active in the map to at least bring those points in, even despite falling out rather early. So there's just so many different ways of really earn those big points in order to upkeep themselves in order to secure that top 6 slot.
Hey, It's pretty hard to actually not to walk yourself. It's like bear traps everywhere in that circumstances for these teams. I mean, if you have one wrong step into those traps, then basically you're gone. We can see a lot of scouters being finished off instantly. We're talking about the highest level of skills here for these players, and they don't miss any bullet. You can see how short the spray, they just make sure that one knockdown to translate into an elimination point instantly. But we do have our second map wrangle when it comes to this map. Where would the circle be? And do drop your prediction as well. I'm curious, who do you think will score this one for you guys in the chat?
Well, of course, we'll just see who will prevail to be one of the toughest competitors here in the Asian Games 20th edition here with, of course, PUBG Mobile as the first title to be in the Battle Royale format. So, without further ado, let's take flight once again. This is coming off from the far western side, starting off by the corners of South George as well as Hospital. So this is still a very northern-centric flight, but I would beg to differ as I is pretty much on neutral territories with a straight flight into Lipovka.
You know what? We haven't got ourselves. The only circle that we don't really get right now is just going to be the SMB circle since day one. So I expect maybe you're going to have it today or tomorrow. Either way, it must. I mean, the tournament must have at least one SMB circle. And just now, that we're slightly a bit luckier than today because at least they're pretty much in the main peninsula in the center of the map itself when it comes to the centralization of the circle to the very end compared to this lobby right now.
That's right. And of course, at the very least, with this availability of getting those access into their comfort spots. So more often than not, you will see teams to be able to prepare themselves a lot better. But the last we saw, Brunei Darussalam as well as Uzbekistan, they're quite close to one another. And I believe that perhaps eventually they might even look to get some points up against each other very early on, just to ensure that they get themselves that safe passage. And speaking of passages, this is going to be another zone over onto the Eastern Territory. So Yasnaya Mansion as well as Shelter is going to be in play. Meanwhile, Hot Drop coming in. It's going to be Team Iraq versus Mongolia. As we kick things off with Top, opening up with the Vector, finding Icon this time around.
Oh boy. This is going to be tough. But we do have Hot Drop as well as best Uzbekistan versus Team Lao at the same time. Also trying, that was a bit of a ring around the rosy between the players of Team Iraq and Team Mongolia just now. But on the side of Aso, he still fight for his life. Yeah, he still can survive. Even though he's, despite his gears, barely, he got none of it right now. With no helmet, no vest, but Zyle, he's probably screaming for help right now. Top managed to take down on Aso. While the rest of Team Mongolia in trouble. There's only Top left to do all the job here. Wah's just going to be arriving from afar. He's still running on his 2 feet. And they are actually inside of a circle at the edge of it. But they don't have enough time for Team Mongolia. They have to really reset as fast as they can.
Waish, he's gonna drive out in the open, and they're just gonna try the full send up against the two members. And you saw the lack of equipment resulted in those two members of Mongolia getting knocked down, because that was only what a Car 98K in a close quarter battle that was really difficult. And right now, Kevin is waiting for some backup to arrive to the scene. He's got the QBZ. I believe there's only one smoke, so he's only got to rely on his pure skill right now. But perhaps that smoke might be able to blindside the side of Team Mongolia, and then they can actually call for that push. Even Rifus, he's holding onto a crossbow.
I mean, crossbow is actually a very good weapon when it comes to not letting any information regarding the sound itself. So, I mean, push comes to shove. Probably you just work with whatever you have at this point. So, Rufus, let us see the glorious crossbow in play. Can it actually deliver? But Aso's pretty not healthy here. He doesn't have any health utility except for that one adrenaline pills. But for Kevin, trying to find the players of Mongolia team is not going to be easy. They're not giving it away easily. They're waiting it indoors. If you want to take it, you have to fight it.
Yeah, Kevin is basically playing around the edges just because they don't really know what lies ahead. Because last we saw, the equipment for Mongolia is only good for a really close range. They did actually pick up an AKM at the very least. So Top is going to be able to hold out for the meantime. Meanwhile, Micro Uzi is going to be great enough because I was concerned when I saw the crossbow initially. It was like, are you certain you really want to bring that crossbow into the duel, which only allows you to get one tag, and that's about it. If you miss it, you might be in a little bit of a predicament. Meanwhile, Wyash runs out in the open, gets marked by the side of Top.
He's not being too patient right now. Not going to play the waiting game. But I'm hoping these two teams don't have a third party just to visit them as well. They're taking a lot of time for the stage 1 looting phase to face each other to this extent. And this is coming up from the southern side of Savani. The circle might shift, but at least they got still time here.
Yeah.
But back to us. Uzbekistan just now was fighting against Team Laos. So I think they both traded for one play in the case, both getting themselves 1 point. So that's definitely going to be a huge push. But back to the side of Team Iraq. I don't think they have health utilities other than those band-aids.
Yeah.
It's just who can be more patient in this game. And we saw a couple of teams. I think that's going to be Team Myanmar coming up from the shooting range area. Oh, never mind.
Oh. I was surprised with the push myself. I mean, Rithus is basically opting to put a little bit of surprise, but he was the one getting caught out instead. Top now taking this time to look for a revive, and this is advantage given over, but that allows Top to go for a swing up against Wyash, who's making a run down the street. Well, that's actually Esso. So now it's down to Kevin. Kevin's on the push. Kevin brought down low as well. Incredible work rate coming in from Top with that vector in play.
Oh, wait a second. Still not done, not out of the woods yet. But at least he's caught himself one. It's going to be Top versus Wahish. It's going to be a 2v1 here. But at least there's still one more standing. Kevin is still bleeding out, but Top looks a bit more healthier than Wahish right now. He got himself at least level 1 gears. That Micro Uzi will actually give him a good CQC, and he got it. Oh, but Team Iraq, that was super close as well, but at least they won't go empty-handed for this round.
Yeah, this is just too close for comfort. Meanwhile, speaking of close battles, we're getting ourselves another one. We talked about Laos versus Uzbekistan, and Heartboy, he punctured through the door and he found the entire squad of Laos sitting inside, and that was so clean. All 4 points given over to Uzbekistan.
So many good clutches here, but Heartboy, I don't think there's going to be any issues for Team Uzbekistan for the next couple of seconds, at least for entering their stage 2 positions later on. But that was a huge clutch coming up from Top, man. He was holding the line so long. It was a good fight. But unfortunately, Team Iraq, that was a great start as well. It's just that hot drop really changes the dynamic of the game immediately if you compare it with the last Erangel map. So fast, we have 2 teams eliminated quite early, and we're down to only 9 now.
Yeah, to my surprise as well, that out of the many spaces that they actually took, it was somewhere in the middle of Severny on the outskirts, which they actually bunch up all together. I think that's actually a popular spot for people to look for vehicles, which is why you see teams do end up in those kind of spaces. But seeing 2 teams is a entirely different story. But at the very least, Team Iraq can hold their head up high and say, hey, we can actually match up to
Wait a minute.
Team Mongolia. And now we're going into something that looks very familiar compared to the first round.
Going back to Yasnaya, Polyana Lake, possibly or slightly down south. Is it going to be just on the outskirts of school? Well, we do have Top. At least he's safe coming up from the northern side. Nobody else coming up from that area. But back to us, Team Pakistan, Huzaifa. It's always know when to go for an opening. They spotted out players of Brunei. Both part ways for now. Knowing that they're quite engage themselves in an open space, so try to be a bit more safer. There's high chance teams will start to rotate and pass by here, since it's slightly towards Yasnaya Poliana once more. I assume some teams start to rotate from the outside of the circle just to be slightly on the northern side, knowing that not many teams on the north right now.
Yeah, I do think that the teams could afford to also look for that space somewhere in the city of Yasnaya Poliana, so long as they were to move in either a little bit late in if they really want to rush it now. There is going to be Team Nepal who's currently holding that sector. Same goes to Brunei, who's around the forestry next to Nepal, who's at the gas station at the moment. So I'm really liking the fact that Team Nepal, they don't really want to put all their eggs in one basket to say, let's fully commit to Yasnaya. If there's going to be a chance where it goes back to south, then there's still options open on the table for the side of Team Nepal. Zio, Delta, TMG8, as well as Master Zordi. I think these are definitely familiar names that have definitely played at a very high level. Of course, it is a mixture of members coming in from the side of Trio Bros, as well as Delta's also being in the picture as well as a substitute. So we'll definitely see if he's going to get some game time later on. But for now, I'm liking what I'm seeing here. The rest of UAE had a little bit of a rough start, but at the very least, last round was 3 points. They didn't walk out empty-handed. So El Chap, he starts off well enough to back 1 point in this time around for UAE. Omando, however, this has been their debut where they're still making adjustments here. And at the very least, they are still within the zone. They're just going to have to play it a little bit more conservatively, be a little bit more patient, and maybe, just maybe, certain teams might bypass their territory, and that might just be chances that they could actually find a couple of catches for now. But in stage 2, it seems like it's a little quieter than what went on back in stage 1, to my surprise.
Yeah, I mean, nobody else is actually outside of the circle for now. Everybody seems to be inside, so I see everybody got himself a pretty sweet compound to wait out the circle here, except for Top, of course. It's going to be a tough entry in, being a solo player to really hold the line by himself this time. But the circle, well, hello! It's going to be Yasnaya Poliana circle, and it's going to be a tricky one. Might be slightly an urban area, but there will be plenty of buildings for those who come in early, for those coming in late, including Team Oman and Team United Arab Emirates. There's going to be slightly tougher entry in, or they can play it from the outside where they have multiple levels of terrain, which Team Bruneians right now, Team Brunei is holding gatekeeping Team Uzbekistan, trying to deny their entrance back inside of the top, and nobody else coming up from the northern side. Yes,
I really do love the pattern of movements as well. You saw Nepal, they immediately doubled down and say, hey, let's back it up. We don't want to go for that 2-2 split. We need you guys to come back to the city so that we have just about enough manpower to hold out up against so many other teams who's already in their journey, who has arrived inside of the city. And Brunei also understood, okay, they vacated that area. We can take that gas station and eventually look for an opening later on. Meanwhile, Uzbekistan is going to look to hold back the rest of Team Myanmar, or should I say it might just be the other way around, because the retaliation shots are actually looking sublime. Delta now timing in, getting a perfect tack to the dome, and there we go. Uzbek in a little bit of a predicament right now, as Murnat is going to see if he could do a little more in order to open up a little bit of that opportunity for Team Myanmar.
You can see the taps coming up from Team Uzbekistan, despite it being charged in by Team Myanmar. There's another different team. I think that's going to be Team Nepal across the other side that is spotted out. Now, this could be a bit tricky if two teams sharing the same building, but we can see a couple of times Huzaifa seems to be popping a couple of times on the feet. I think he secures the elimination against Team Malaysia player just now, scored himself at 1 point in the bag. But when it comes to, urban fights, it might end up at stage 7 or 6, the fastest we can say, because there's so many buildings and corners to clear. And it means utilities, throwables is going to be super important. They have to loot up right now and try to stock as much resources as possible. It will be a very tough fight here. Just to pick out will be plenty of windows. The easiest way is just to throw those Molotov and those nades to clear up those corners. So hopefully they have enough to last a very long fight in here.
Yeah, I certainly do agree that all these teams who are already inbound within the city terrains, they could easily just stockpile whatever's necessary when it comes down to equipments. More importantly, smokes. This is a necessity for them to really navigate from building to building when it comes down to the late game. And it looks to me it's a 50-50 of whether if it's going to end up in the field or it could still end up within the city. So Brunei, will they double down or will they also join in the party as well? Take a look at UAE. They're just going to think about wrapping around the edges, and perhaps that farmhouse on that hayfield might be able to give them a little bit of that holding ground for the meantime as they're dropping into the sector. It does seem that it is absolutely clear for them to claim this spot. So this is going to be a great call from the side of United Arab Emirates. So we'll see if this is going to be a very big play for that late game.
Thanks to Team Brunei just now, who give them some warning shots not to come over this side, so they have to pick the other side. So I don't blame them, man. Good news, there's nobody else contesting around this area, so it's pretty free and easy for them. Not too easy, I mean, especially for Top. I feel bad for him right now. The circle keeps pushing, running away. The player that seems to be the only person left for Team Mongolia. Top have a very long journey ahead of him to get into the northern side, and last is going to be passing around Uzbekistan. We see so many teams have their eyes locked on Team Mongolia. Last player here, Top. Oh, this is such a big risk. So many shots fired as well. I'm not sure. Oh, yeah, there you go. Team Brunei on the other end. I mean, that's going to be a tough entry. We see that one coming.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that he chose to continue on driving out in the open field. I thought that maybe he's just going to take a quick pit stop somewhere by the edges. You saw he could have opted maybe at those compounds just by the corner of the bridge. But he basically just put all his energy onto the pedal. And then after that, he says, you know what? It's going to be a long game anyways. And if you're going to play an urban setting, then it's going to be 1 against 4 wherever you turn around. So I do understand as Top made that decision because it's still going to be an arduous task for him to claim a chicken dinner. But it could maybe be resulting in a few more points, I would say. But overall, I think Mongolia have shown up to be a strong contender once again. They claim those 4 points. 4 points is good enough for them to maintain the order. But I think by the end game, Mongolia might be pushed down to maybe the 6th rank or so. They'll definitely need to look for some level of upkeep moving forward. But the rest of Myanmar, they're fancying this opportunity to, of course, add more to the tally, create that gap on the leaderboard, but there's still Team Pakistan who's really brought out the best out of the entire field as well. So I would still say Pakistan, they're definitely eager to take that top spot away. Still more work to be done, though. So Master Smile, as we have known and loved him from Yangon Galacticos, have been quite the player over the past couple of years where we saw him claim so many awards internationally, regionally. He's always been the best coming out of the PMCL, and so far it represented the Burmese side very, very well. So going over to Uzbekistan, we've also seen them even in the PMGO playing with some of the best out there in the field. Arc Red as well as GK Esports, these are familiar names that you guys may know. And Uzbekistan is just by the edge of the zone, and everyone's now forced towards the direction of the PAL as it's now on that open ground for Brunei to take over.
It seems like a great circle control on the side of Brunei, but it's an open space. You have to remember about how many throwables they have to prep themselves just to defend in case there's too many teams moving over at the same time. But good news for those playing in the open space of Brunei, because a lot of teams will cancel each other out the moment they try to enter from the northern side. See, the feed is going crazy right now. Team Myanmar has scored himself a whole crew of Team Uzbekistan. Finish off by Master Small and be stolen by Master Zordi in the last minute of Team Nepal. There was a very sneaky third party in the very last minute, but Team Pakistan also engaged towards Team United Arab Emirates at the same time. It's going to be slightly on the southern side. We have Oman, and it's going to be a bit of a sandwich for Team Pakistan. Can they actually play this one out? We can see our recent PMGO champions when it comes to this tournament. Can they fight against two teams at the same time?
I love the trap that they've laid out in the middle of the terrains as they're dealing with the rest of Team Oman at this current point in time. Got to dodge some of all these nades being thrown over. Risky moves, but it might actually pay off well enough. They can reposition with those buggies that they have for the meantime. Salami now dropping in a couple of smokes for cover just to really create a little sense of defense for the side of Oman for the moment. Team Pakistan, they decided that this is going to be too risky. They will try to look for another area of play, but they're driving by the outskirts of the zone in order to find any yield. And there we go. Attack over onto Salami. IQ making wonders happen.
IQ not seem to be connecting when it comes to those sprays. Sounds crispy, but unfortunately none of them seems to be connecting. Huzaifa, can you drop another big one here? He did manage to do so! It's Huzaifa again! Here comes the go time! Right in front of him as well! He can see it within the smoke! Schofield managed to buy a bit much longer time, but here comes another nade, and Schofield just soaked into damage as well. Huzaifa just needs a reload on the S12K. Here comes the rush, and for Team Oman, things seems to be in shambles right as Huzaifa wreak havoc, but Steez managed to put him on hold. Team Pakistan down to one last player standing. Steez, can it be a 1v1 that Team Oman will triumph over Team Pakistan, or Team Pakistan is
Big
nade?
one.
It's gonna be huge! IQ still holding on.
Oh, they've definitely caused a dent, and this last stand is now in the range for the side of Oman. He's almost going to get himself that tag, but it's going to be the tag from underneath that buggy that secures it for Team Pakistan. Still holding firm. 6 elimination points gained for Pakistan, but it's only one player remaining. Myanmar now battling up against Team Brunei as they now rush right through. Say Clout now tries to put up some defenses, getting himself innate out on the field. Say Clout holding firm. He's not allowing the rest of Brunei to invade for the moment. Shaco now jumps in for a couple of attacks into the walls, but he's not really finding mark just yet. The rest of Brunei have to deal with a couple of nades being tossed out from Romeo, as well as the rest of Myanmar right now.
Oh, newbie still holding well. Oh, they played all the small barriers. So on the side of Team Brunei, they tried to turn the things around for the side of Team Myanmar, who had more player before. But here comes Team Nepal. Speaking of third party, and the perfect timing as well. Delta already prepped himself those throwables, tried to flush them out. Team Brunei and Team Myanmar both seems to be in trouble. Delta spotted out newbie. Oh, here comes the housekeeping team. Myanmar going for Shako. Delta within that asked to finish off the job as per usual. Both teams got eliminated, I assume, in this case. It's going to be Team Nepal for the win, and the last man standing for Team Myanmar is going to be Master Smile.
I love that the South Asian teams are really showing their strength so far. Nepal with 5, Pakistan with 6. And there's only going to be great news out there. But as for Myanmar, though, they had their backs up against the wall. They had to deal with so much, and that third party did not help at all. Small getting tagged from the back. It's Nepal getting denied by Pakistan. And IQ, he found that cheeky little pocket of angle. And just like that, they now see empty rooms, but there's going to be a lot of loot for the rest of Team Nepal to stock up with, and then they could deal with Pakistan later on. But take a look at UAE as well as Team Malaysia. They make it to the top 4, and now they are very elusive. There's just no inkling of where they're currently located. If they're no, runs out in the open. Master Zordy, he might actually hear some of these footsteps, but he loses that trail as Iftar is just crawling by the corner of the wall.
Master Zordy a bit separated from the rest of his teammate. Very bold decision made by Team Nepal here. I guess he didn't know there's Iftar from Team Malaysia as the last man standing there, but for IQ, can he pull another 2000 IQ play once more from afar? But I think Zayo and Delta pretty much know exactly where he's at. They're going to go in for the rush perhaps, or maybe not. Maybe they have no clue about his position here. But they know there'll be somebody, but they're not sure how many players are there. Well, we do have 4 more teams remaining. Teams United Arab Emirates seems to be the only one to be observing between these 3 teams right now. And they have the most men for Team Nepal. While the other solo players, Team Pakistan and Team Malaysia, they just gotta wait this one out. It's just about waiting time and 20 seconds on the clock. We will finally see. We'll get favored by the last circle. It will be everything for the solo players right now.
For sure. And IQ, despite him being all alone, take a look at the damage he's done so far. I believe that's a total of 400 over damage at this point in time, securing himself 4 elimination points. Of course, with the help of his teammates as well, in that flurry of an engagement that they had prior to this. I believe Iftar has been spotted out. Delta making sure that he does not step out of line. But meanwhile, Zayo finally gets a tag over onto UAE. So they definitely have the entire whereabouts pretty much sniffed out from the side of UAE.
No.
And Iftar's only got this tiny corner of the wall. I don't even know where does he even run towards, because
he has to climb up. That's the only way. But the moment he climbs out, it's going to be clear as day for Delta to just shoot him down. So that it's at least the least he can do is try to wait things out where he can try to steal it from afar before, well, the inevitable will arrive. The blue zone is there. So basically, it's just a matter of time for Team Malaysia.
Yeah, Team Malaysia is hoping that maybe the attention is being drawn towards the other quarter, but instead, Delta will not miss the mark. He's been keeping his eyes really closely on the Malaysian roster, and that will be it. Another top 4 finish for Malaysia, despite not gaining any elimination points, which is very unlikely for a team that has, seen so many international appearances. Meanwhile, that was absurd coming out of the rest of UAE, trying to do something in return, but it's a splatter out of Team Nepal. They divide, they conquer, and now it's only down to IQ. Can he do more? Apparently not, as Team Nepal takes this one in the back.
Wow, what a consistency coming up from the top 4 teams just now. I mean, 3 teams seems to be having the top 4 twice in a row. It's just the difference is going to be the chicken dinner who will actually score it. Unfortunately for Pakistan, but it's also good news. They have one of the most consistency between these 2 maps here. Both maps, they ended up as second place and got quite hefty amount of eliminations. So I guess they might actually overtake Team Myanmar, who got eliminated quite early compared to their last map. They might actually be at #1 spot right now for Team Pakistan, but it based on Team Nepal's eliminations. I do know they have a lot of elimination points from that round only.
That's right, and I do believe all the Nepali fans who are watching on the stream at the moment are celebrating from their homes or wherever they're currently watching, as this is absolutely worth the wait. And perhaps there's even more to come. I mean, Pakistan, like you said, they have always been around. They had the first winner. They now end up in top 2. So it is still a really good showing. And right now, both of the teams from South Asia have been able to take claim a big bite out of those chicken dinners. So we'll find out later on who else will join in the pack as well. Nepal certainly have thrived overall in those chaotic mess, and you saw they have a really great space to hold out inside of Yasnaya.
This time we do have Delta when it comes to the MVP come out from Team Nepal, but there was, I think that's a lot of a very close MVP when it comes to getting those shots from afar, especially from IQ as well. I assume he might have himself in top players for the MVP lineup. Maybe it's just a matter of time for Team Pakistan. But when it comes to the performance, next wrangle. I mean, things getting faster and faster, and the players start to be more proactive than the first map. It just shows how comfortable and how they just start to adapt themselves with this lobby right now. But when it comes to full squad time, Malaysia actually have the least amount of time for the full squad time, but they lasted long enough to be in the top 4 once more.
Yeah, they were really resilient when it comes down to holding out. And we absolutely understand. You saw how many crowd were moving into Yasnaya, and I believe they were struck down on the convoy as well. Nepal, I've definitely praised them for their 2-2 split initially, and they will reconvene into the city, had that great hole, absolutely took over control. Same goes to the side of Pakistan, where they were forced out of the field, but IQ made all that magic happen. So, of course, we're going to compare the two South Asian squads, and they are delivering huge numbers from both sides.
Wow. There's going to be a lot of margins. I mean, the gap between the top 4 and the rest of the others down there is going to be start to stretch after this map. And of course, when it comes to Team Nepal, I agree with the 2-2 formation, but don't forget, they actually went for 1-1-2 formation. That's just how confident they are with their firepower and how bold they can actually go for their decision making in the game as well. But when it comes to total healing, they barely got attacked or barely got tapped by these guys. Team Nepal only have 36 healing. They barely actually heal themselves up. They don't need to. But when it comes to eliminations, it's not a double digit in this map. There was a total just now. 9 eliminations coming up from Team Nepal. While Team Pakistan with another 7. Quite consistent. The same amount of elimination. At second place again with 7 exact eliminations again. Well, that's, I think, if they can maintain this the entire day, that's something else, man.
Yeah, it will definitely guarantee them a spot for sure. But I think that, of course, for pride's sake, these for Mongolia, Iraq, as well as UAE. Malaysia now at 8. Oh, my goodness gracious. Choo Choo, this is going to be quite the night. We're only down to 4 games, and it will matter who gets the dinner.
You know what? It feels like slightly a deja vu, but double the power, because we have 2 teams that seems to be dominating over those eliminations. Yeah, we're talking about Team Pakistan, Team Nepal, of course, and Team Myanmar. There's 3 teams, make it 3. Compared to yesterday, it was Team Vietnam. But you know what? We get further into the depth of the games and breakdown later on. More actions to go with the next in Rank map. But before that, we head into the break for a bit. See you guys in a couple of minutes.
Imagination, unity, and a bright future awaits all of our dear athletes involved here in the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers PUBG Mobile Asian Games version. And of course, so far, not only is the game so beautiful with the diversity involved, the game itself, of course, right now is the only Battle Royale title that is being competed in the 20th Asian Games. And Choo Choo, the past 2 rounds so far, we're seeing the South Asian side, both Nepal as well as Pakistan, have celebrated their victories. I wonder who's going to be the next ones to join them.
Probably, I want to say Team Malaysia, because they have been consistent in getting themselves in the top 4 twice, but they got themselves always in the same position where they're left with only 1 player and try to hold on a survival game as the 4th place. But, well, we're going to have to wait and see then, because we haven't seen the best of all the other teams. We've seen a lot of actions coming out from these 3 teams, especially, that have been consistently in the top 4. Team Nepal, Team Pakistan, as well as Team Malaysia, that's consistently getting themselves the top 4. But Team Myanmar, the moment they actually roll it, they really snowball everybody else, because they are one of the heavy hitters that can just bulldoze everybody and making sure nobody else can get the points, just like how Team Vietnam did yesterday. So it's for yesterday's group, at least they have to figure out how to shut down one team. But this one, there are too many heavy hitters in this one. We're talking about, if you don't keep your eye out towards Team Nepal or Team Pakistan or Team Myanmar or any other teams that we haven't seen their best yet, they will just take those third-party plays and make your life miserable. There's no room for error at all in this lobby.
Yeah, of course. But in the nature of competition, one will rise and another will have to, of course, look for future opportunities out there. So that being said, though, I think I'll also keep my eyes on another notable mention, because Team Iraq, I mean, overall, you saw 2 rounds they played out. 2 times they give us a very exciting duel. Last round, it was them versus Team Mongolia. They were almost getting the hang of it, but of course, they were bested by only that 1 single player left from the side of Mongolia. And then back in the battle between them as well as Team Pakistan, you saw how close it was back in match number 1. So I do believe that there's still a lot of fight in them in order to really prove that they have what it takes to actually gain even more points. And of course, right now on our screens, Team Malaysia, which you've mentioned, have been able to survive, but we want to see more power to be brought to the table, and that's where they bring in Voki, who was at one point a Malaysian champion back in the PMPL. I used to manage this boy. I'm proud of him to see him playing here in the Asian Games.
Now, I know you guys, some of you question how the format is actually turned out for this tournament. Now, they only have 1 day for each group. Only 1 day, only 6 maps to really make themselves into the final, which basically tomorrow, but today is already Sunday, later today, I assume. So only 6 teams can make the top 6 teams from each group can make it to the final day on Sunday here. So speaking of which, there's not plenty of space for everybody. Only in the finals later on, the top 8 will get into the main event in Japan. So we do know there are a couple of teams already waiting in the main event itself. We talked about Team China, Team South Korea, as well as Team Japan as a host country, and one more team was Team Chinese Taipei. So there's already 4 teams reserved themselves in the main event, which is going to be in 3 more months to go, around September, if I'm not, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's going to be around September. And we talked about these 6 slots for this group, but there's so many good teams right now. There's more than 6. Who will be the one to have to sacrifice their slot by end of day?
Yeah, it's really sad that there's only so little slots available. And then, of course, it starts here in the group stages where only 6 teams make it past into the finals. And then come tomorrow, that's 8 teams where we converge the best of Group A and the best of Group B to eventually look for the worthy representatives in order to book those tickets to Aichi, Nagoya. That's definitely a beautiful place that I want to be at myself. I mean, earlier this, towards the Q1 of the year, I was spending some time in Japan as well, and I was just having some of the best moments of my life, I would sit there and say. And I do believe here in this tournament in Ho Chi Minh City, they are also having quite the blast as well. And of course, an even better time if they do make it into that round of the main event for the 20th Asian Games happening in Japan. Now, speaking of which, I believe that we're almost ready for our third matchup. Only 2 more maps of Erangel to play out, and you can see that the teams are getting more and more comfortable with the momentum that they've gained, as well as some of the adjustments that they've been able to make. I think another big surprise that we saw in the past couple rounds is that Brunei Darussalam, you know, this being their first international outing against some of the very best in the world, they are actually matching to the tempo.
Not really their first, because we saw, I think there was a 2022 for the qualifiers Asian Games as well. They were one of the team that participating, so it was a different format compared to now. So I guess pretty much the first for this format right now in that sense. But we don't know when it comes to the next Erangel map. It's less than 10 seconds on the clock, so everybody gets up, ready to go, because buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. Things just got heated up really quickly. Let's fly into our third Erangel map right now for our second day of these qualifiers.
As we go through the beautiful islands of Sonaska Millie Base, we'll definitely see this end up towards the northwestern corner of the map. So finally, we see perhaps a change of trajectory on how these teams will be navigating themselves throughout, whether they want to come directly in the island or if they want to get that access into Quarry. Now it's a big probability for teams to also pick a little big wide ramp in order to get to their comfortable spot. If it's going to be Yasnaya, it is going to be a long journey, even further for those who like to go to San Bernardino. But to my surprise, we're only going to be seeing Mongolia to first hold out inside of SMB, just like what we saw back in Game 1. Pakistan has finally gotten their favorite spot of Ferry Pier, so this is going to be a good tempo of play to play from where they're usually holding out from. So I want to see a lot more coming out of Pakistan because they've been so consistent. 2 games in a row, they've been up there on the charts.
I was hoping T24 OP just now would actually try to fly into those balloons. Just to see the interior of it, because we don't see this every day. This is only in exclusively for the Asian Games version. You guys can see even the bridge do have a very different decoration as well as the graphics of it. And we can, my personal favorite is going to be the holographic theme in this tournament here, where teams that get eliminated or players get eliminated. It is so futuristic animation of those holographic animations, you know, it's just amazing than the usual. But unfortunately, with that flight path just now, everybody will have to work themselves into one direction. Is it still going to be Yasnaya Poliana sort of circle again? What's with the circle today? It keeps repeating itself.
Well, it may not be all the way up north. I do think that there, my gut feeling tells me perhaps there's going to be a little bit more around the central ground, or maybe even the south, around the farm terrains, to be quite the possibilities as well. So Nepal, they got a strong start. They got those vehicles ready. So they will journey their way into Yasnaya without any form of contest. Well, Team Laos, they stick to the usual, but this time around, instead of moving into the abandoned school, they are moving further south into Pochinki, which gives them so much more loot. And now that you're in the center of the map, it should be easy for them to also look for ways to rotate. As for the side of Myanmar, though, they're in the islands, sharing it together with Mongolia. But moving around is going to be the big question here, because are they going to go early with those vehicles? There was also UAE around Milta lying in wait. So there are definitely those windows that they need to be very worried about on when exactly do they move up ahead, because very likely or not, Myanmar, they got to make a choice whether they want to tank out the entire phase 1 or just basically send it out straight once they finish out looting for now. But at the very least, they are standing with 28 points, as they are still the mighty giants hailing from Yangon Galacticos. And of course, the boys from Mongolia, who are now fine gentleman who has represented their nation in so many global tournaments as For Miracle Vibes and their APG. The list goes on, but the faces remain to be the same. Some of the hot favorites of the tournament, but so far, I felt like they've been met with some retaliation in the middle game or in the early game, which we saw in the last round up against Team Iraq. Now that they're dropping different sides, so it won't be a commotion. I think it's better for both teams in that sense.
I'm looking at Team Myanmar. I think they know for a fact. Just now, there was a very quick analysis on their side as well, noticing a lot of teams love to play the center of a circle. I think they're going to play at the edge because it's now whether you want to pick the edge of a circle and just slowly getting into it, or you just want to be a center. Now, this is the segregation between the teams, what to decide for their IGLs. Now, they are playing more than just for their clubs here, because some of the teams are coming out from mixture of different clubs, so it's something more than just the club's name. Yeah, there's the pro league scene or whatever, but this is where you represent your national pride in this, your region. So they are fighting for something more, but to get towards the main event where you can actually hold those gold, silver and bronze medal.
Oh, that will be a dream.
Such a grind. It's such a grind because coming up from this qualifiers, I mean, look at how the grind from the qualifiers just to get into the finals into the main event. It's such a tough journey. And of course, we all did not imagine that, you know, as gamers, once upon a time, you can actually represent your nation to be competing. Yeah, for your nation's pride. Imagine that. And everybody united, despite they coming up from different clubs for the sake of their own nations, and this definitely bring a lot of a brighter future for Asian Games as well. I'm looking forward for the next 4 years, since we only have this once in every 4 years. And especially having this kind of all-star studded lineup. Hopefully one day we have more teams as well to join in this Asian Games.
Yeah, I'm really hoping to actually see a lot more involvement in the near future for, of course, in the next 4 years, we'll probably see maybe even more being enlisted. And I want to also see aspiring new generation of players to also lean into this bright future that is allowing, you know, that dream to become a reality when we first know, you know, things as video games. And now people around the world, they have been, of course, having so much of a time analyzing, studying the complexity of some of all these games that is now becoming a real sport. I mean, overall, back in the past, we've been scrutinized. It's like, okay, our parents would tell us otherwise to not spend too much time, but they finally get to understand now that there is a career pathway. There is definitely a future for them to build in this industry overall. And of course, these are the front runners and these are the pioneers that we're looking at here right now at the Asian Games. So of course, the dream is now a reality. And of course, that imagination is a reality too, as we are all uniting for the same goal, the same dream, as the entire Asia continent so far is proving that they have what it takes here to really represent not only the nation, not only the region, but the entire continent in the global stages where we saw how many of them have been named global champions. We have Myanmar, Yangon Galacticos to take the crown before, and recently even 4 tribes of Pakistan. So perhaps there's just more good news for the rest of 2026 and beyond with more Asian representation.
Now, back to us a game. But I'm looking at how Team Pakistan and Team Mongolia are taking their own sweet time coming out from that SMB, but might bump into Team Oman around the bridge area on the south, which you guys are not looking at. Now, there you go, finally get to see the circle. But when it comes to playing the inner side of a circle, Myanmar is taking the lead as well. Team Pakistan, there will be the bridge keepers here against Team Mongolia. We haven't seen the best yet. I'm slightly sad because I was hoping a lot more firepower on the side of Team Mongolia, but the circle seems to be very undecisive here today. A very empty northern side. Rovzok might be occupied very soon, but look at around the school area. That's going to be a lot of thinning of the crowd from there on.
Yeah, and of course, we saw the commotion happening at the bridge, and the rest of Team Mongolia, they back out, they retreat because they identified that, okay, if we pass through, the rest of Pakistan could punish them. So they opt to go for that wide wrap to move the other way around, which is a lot safer now that a lot of teams are migrating into the zone. So you will expect all these teams to be eyeing out for spots around Rosa. And plan B might just be us that again. As we take a look at Team Iraq now, trolling onto those members of United Arab Emirates. And of course, they've competed up against each other before. So this is definitely a competitor that they have identified that, hey, usually they do rotate this way. So they might be able to catch them off guard. Seemingly not going to be punished, though. UAE, they were pretty much unfazed about that challenge. So they will just trail up ahead. As for Team Malaysia, 3 games in a row, we see them around Yasnaya. They're back here once again.
I know some of you guys questioning about what happened to certain teams, that especially the teams and the players that you guys supporting, watching at home. Yeah, also those who actually are in the channels, thank you so much for being with us and your support despite it's a very late night right now. You guys are amazing. I have to give props to all you guys in the comment section and watching this right now. And speaking of which, this is a very different tournament, by the way, Contra. If you actually look at the bigger picture, like during the Pro League scene, you have a lot of time to make mistakes. You have plenty of games to play in a week. Compared to this tournament, you only have 6 maps.
Yeah.
It's make it or break it. That's it. The teams that really good at one shot, go big or go home kind of strategy, they will be excellent in this format right now.
Yeah, I certainly do agree because every match will absolutely matter. So if you get one chicken dinner, you can see the results are huge for Pakistan. The results are also huge for Nepal as they are currently sitting at first as well as third. Myanmar, they've been very consistent with their amount of elimination points as well, which really puts them up there on the list. Whereas if you take a look at this, don't worry too much, ladies and gents, because when you take a look at the list, 4th place all the way down to 11, I do believe, it is still into the zone despite losing 1 member to Pakistan, and they are bound to meet again because they are driving in the same direction.
I swear, right now the players are thinking about this circle. Why is it always going to be Yasnaya circle here today? 3 times in a row now, the circle. If it ends up on top of Yasnaya Poliana once more, I assume the rest of the day, the next map, we're probably going to have similar circle again. So I think that if it happens since this first circle, I think all players just drop themselves on top of Yasnaya Poliana. That's going to be pretty much solve all their difficulties in this game.
You don't really have to move too much. You just got to stay in the city and then, okay, slowly watch the zone shrink right onto you. Some may say, you know what? I'm looking forward to Mirama already because, yeah, it's been stale. But I would say, you know, every game's different. Every game's had different pathways for these teams. And we saw the trajectory of the flight allowed more of the teams to drop towards the west side, which is why we're seeing the current area of the south as well as the west to be very much congested for the time being. Even the side of Team Laos, who started on top of Pachinki, is thinking, okay, we're kind of late to the party. How do we actually crack the code right now? Do you move back to school, just like how they did for the past couple of games? Or do you basically drive closer towards Yasnaya? There we go, Falak.
Feels like the same story again for Team Mongolia. First, they lost one of the scouter, and then it's going to be another player get picked off from the sides. And then they're down to 2, leaving with only last player to survive. Falak, he will not let them pass by easily, and they will stop to pin down anything that moves. We're talking about Falak here. And if he got himself a Huzaifa, prepare himself, they might be committing themselves into this fight. Never mind. taking a bit of a break for a bit. I think Pakistan is repositioning himself to see whether Team Mongolia interested to take this fight or not.
Yeah.
Thinking about it. We can see Top is thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean, they took a little bit of that damage. I think, like, overall, you just want to ensure that you're safe and sound for the time being. So you might want to just double down onto defending a certain territory at this time being. And it looks to me that this is a good call coming from Team Mongolia. Meanwhile, the 2-2 split coming in from the side of Pakistan, they will keep their eyes onto Mongolia.
There you go.
Yep, we called
exactly the same. Exactly the same circle at stage 4. Precisely at stage 4 as well.
Oh,
I
boy.
think somebody will go towards those farm compounds around the open farm area. I mean, Pakistan actually go for that. But I think they're going to go straight. Based on how they're driving, especially IQ, he's going straight for Team Malaysia's compound right now.
Yeah, I think Malaysia definitely has a lot of work to do moving into this sector because last couple of rounds, they were the ones late to the scene. This time, they get that hit start to gatekeep whoever tries to move inbound. Speaking of moving inbound, it's Team Laos moving directly towards the trap laid out for the side of Oman. Perfect defense with those nades connecting. And that will be just 2 points secured to the Laos side. Has one more tag sent their way. Meanwhile, Brunei also getting into the mixture of this battle as we are seeing Brunei absolutely getting taken out by Uzbekistan out of nowhere.
Oh, well, I guess they're being taken down due to the migration itself. We talked about stage 4. It feels like slightly a deja vu here, set for Brunei. They'd be a little bit too early to be taken out. But on the side of Team Oman, they managed to secure 2 points. Back to the side of Uzbekistan, they lost only 1 player. I guess that's pretty a great deal for them. Managed to wipe out the entirety of Team Brunei, but Team Nepal are taking on United Arab Emirates, who just arrived. Warmly welcomed by Master Saudi only. Is he the only one? Never mind. Huzaifa in trouble as Rufus Team Mongolia finally fight back. But what a nade! There was a huge one wiping off the map. UAE have to wait back in the lobby.
Oh, so unfortunate. There is just no breaks whatsoever for UAE, which they have just arrived to the scene and they were just met with a master class of a nade, perfectly cooked from the side of Zordi. And of course, the journey continues for the rest of the party. Voki now getting involved. He just got subbed in and he is already keeping his eyes onto Huzaifa and also Falak. 2 members down from the side of Pakistan as they drive into the territory and also met with Mongolia, who just arrived to the scene, going for that swing, takes out Laos in the process.
Oh, he needs to revive his mate here. He barely got enough for himself. He got himself 2 more smokes to go, but hopefully nobody tried to pin them down. They got super lucky in this one. Quite an open space, but nobody seems to be spotting their position just yet. So Rufus and as well as Zyle can actually get themselves some recuperation. But back to the side of Uzbekistan, they got themselves edge of the circle, spot out the rest of Team Nepal, who's focusing on Team Mongolia. I thought nobody's watching, but I was wrong. Delta keeping a very tight eye. They can't even picked out.
Yeah, Delta's always been this sharp. Even from the last game you saw, he was one of the top fragments for the side of Team Nepal. Meanwhile, Pakistan, they're in the middle of the field. So with this shift, very likely than not, Pakistan will still be inside the zone. Now we see who else will it favor, though, because this is going to lead Team Malaysia out of those compounds, out of the city of Yasna Ponliana. So they might be eyeing on that spot where Pakistan's holding out. Nepal, though, they got a lot of work to do. Myanmar, Uzbekistan, Iraq, all needs a space to claim, and they might move towards the direction of Team Nepal. So we got to see who's going to be the big victors in these clashes. Meanwhile, Schofield looking out for Team Pakistan on the move, and he spotted out IQ straight to the dome with the tap.
I think they got knocked him down. But here comes Zamar. Team Oman be charging by T24 OP. Straight away going for a retreat, but did he just walk himself in a trap? I think he just did. And they got himself slightly earlier for this time to get eliminated. But it's going to be Team Mongolia on the rise. It's going to be Rufus, the rescue. Always for the rescue for Rufus, giving cover fire to a side of Zeol, who's taking the front line. Hoping the nade will somehow connect. They did not have a clue about their exact position here. Just blindly tried to toss those hand grenades, hoping it will somehow connect. They're playing around themselves around this crate area. Quite risky, but it's a good barricade, at least temporarily, in this open space.
Ooh, that's a one splash over on the side of Steez as well. Rufus does actually land one up against a rock, though. They're working on it. There we have it. Beautiful toss once again coming from Mongolia. And now they're eyeing out onto the smoke, trying to spot out Scofield, but he's going to be able to find himself some refuge for the time being. But take a look at the rest of the party. Team Malaysia is also getting involved in this third party while the sprays are not connecting just about yet. But Mongolia, they played this perfect defense, and they're just making it heard for the rest of those coming from the side of Oman. But soon enough, they got to make a move, and they need to ditch some of their fellow teammates because there's just no time with the rival of Team Malaysia.
Nades galore flying over Schofield. He's still alive. But Rufus is running amok in this one. Calm down, Rufus. He keeps taking the speed. He's going great right now. I mean, he's not showing any sign of slowing down, but on the side of Team Oman, one by one, they're dropping with another nade coming up on Vexcry, and Rufus is not stopping, dropping those big explosives and taking another one down. My God, Rufus is really breaking his back, giving so much momentum for the team in points as well.
Sure enough, and we're also seeing the start of something coming in from the side of Team Malaysia as they're showing their fangs at this moment. Vexcry getting involved as they go in for a little bit of a drive-by, a drive-through that sees a couple more knocks going in their favor. Team might just be looking for another swerve to try to cause a little bit of that decoy. And they're just so proactive in the field right now, on the hunt, taking charge of what's going on by the edges of the map, because they know for a fact that Mongolia, they're around the corner, and there we go, a swing from Vexcry for the double. And they will eliminate Team Oman.
Feels like a Thanksgiving day for the side of Team Malaysia just now. A straight line of sight to get doubled down instantly and scores themselves a 5 elimination in this round right now. We have plenty of 5 across the board. We're down to 5 teams as well. But unfortunately, there's one team, Team Uzbekistan, that's going to be Hardboy as the last man standing. Now, how to pass across Team Mongolia, who's happy to be getting the momentum right now. Will Rufus let him pass? But never mind. It's Master Zordi all across downtown, almost 300 meters away, shutting him down. We're down to the 14s. But Mongolia, Team Mongolia, despite they only have 2 players and barely got full squad since the start, they lost it this long with plenty of eliminations thanks to Rufus.
And that is the tenacity of the former world champions. They're still showing us that they have what it takes here to hold out despite the odds stacked up against them. Begin with here, we still have Myanmar, who have been silent for the rest of the round, but starting to get a little bit more involved here in the top 4. I think it's just about time that they get themselves a little bit more proactive, because Team Malaysia, they're out there on the fields. They're only hugging by the edges, whereas Team Myanmar has already occupied that space. And somewhere in the middle is where it gets really risky for teams to really play out from, which is why nobody wants to be in the center of the attention. So Malaysia, they've done just about enough work early on to secure those 5 points. But now with 4 members left, I think they could definitely achieve a little bit more. But it really boils down on how they handle the situation with the rest of Team Myanmar watching at the very corner.
You know what? It's a very different dynamic now with Team Malaysia swapping in Voki. It just gives a different approach towards
instant impact, right?
And more aggressive as well. Look at that. They're charging in, not thinking to a strange. The team of only lost 2 members. Zion is down and they got eliminated instantly. That's how change they are playing now for Team Malaysia with that one player swap in. But here comes Nades flying in. They got connected. Somehow Voki's on the ground. We couldn't praise them too much. But what a trade by Kim as well. Master's already on the ground bleeding out. Now Nepal. Team Nepal and Malaysia quite busy amongst themselves, but don't forget about Team Myanmar who's watching from the sidelines. They are coming in as a third party.
And you can see Team Malaysia, the current champions of the PNNC Malaysia, MEC, holding firm as this entire squad is looking very formidable to try to challenge up against the rest of Nepal. Both did manage to go on that reset. So they got to be on the reserve on those troubles because right now they're expanding it blindly onto Nepal. And it does seem like all of that was a miss. Zordi now stays put and sends out Delta to the fields. Now this is getting a little bit more exciting because that flank angle coming from Delta could be something of a surprise towards the Malaysian squad. But he's not going to overcommit. Smart maneuvers so far coming from the side of Team Nepal. And also at the very same time, Myanmar, they're waiting for these two to really dive into the battle so they can hurt party as well. So it's all about timing for the side of Myanmar to get involved.
Oh, they haven't got themselves any eliminations, but I think they have plenty if they can take both teams out here. It's going to be scoring them 8 points in total if they can fight against a full squad. It's going to be 3 teams with full squad. This is going to be super interesting. Who initiate any shot first is going to be the one that be targeted by both teams at the same time. So they have to be very careful about their decision making here. I agree with you. When it comes to throwables, this is where it's super important for them to have enough. But so far, when it comes to Team Malaysia, you don't see plenty of it, except for Manet with 8 hand grenades. That's plenty. I think it's time to use it now, but his AUG don't have enough reserve right now. So I think it's best to toss the hand grenades first, but I'm not sure whether the other teammates of Team Myanmar still have plenty of it. But they can actually slowly closing the distance by picking a poison. They have to pick whether they want to fight the left side or the right side first. Or maybe they're just waiting things out. Because high chance Team Malaysia might focus towards Team Nepal. But if Team Myanmar seems to be opening fire first, both teams seems to be focusing straight to Myanmar because it's easier that way.
Yeah, I do think that Team...
Yeah, they're opposite straight. No, never mind.
Oh boy. I was just analyzing the situation. It does seem very likely that Team Malaysia might get sandwiched in between, but all thanks to the attacks coming from Nepal, now it becomes a fair exchange between all 3 parties. Because if you take a look at the minimap, Team Malaysia, they barely have enough space other than the bowl, and here comes Zordi. He's just holding on to that DPS with that double swing coming from Malaysia. The attack is real, and that will clean it up for Nepal. Beautiful work rate, and now 2 more left. Make it only 1, as they will have that nade to seal the deal. Nepal, once again, is up here in the top 2.
What a cover fire just now coming up from Dio. That was perfect timing to give the aid for Master Zodi in the nick of time. But back to it, it's going to be a 4v4. As Team Malaysia plays himself in the third place, Team Myanmar is spotted out by Master Zodi first. He's super crucial in this position right now. He can change so much. Master Zodi will be the pivotal player to find that off angle. But back to it, Team Nepal. They're trying to upgrade their loot before they run for the last fight between these 2 teams to score that chicken. Between these 2, both are very consistent here right now. Myanmar already got himself 1 chicken. Nepal already just got himself last chicken. Well, either of these 2 teams, they will score a double chicken at least for today.
That's right. History does repeat themselves, and we got to see which one will actually take it, though. Myanmar, they have such a strong showing. And of course, coming down to this ferocious battle, it's also a battle of attrition. And we last saw Myanmar, they do have plenty of those nades still in their back pockets. And they did secure themselves a knock. Now, that is going to be a tough task for Nepal to now work with only 2 players left, but they're trying their level best as they flung in a couple more nades towards the direction. Romeo soaking all that damage coming through, and Zordy, he's getting a couple attacks being sent his way. Romeo boy has to also hide himself behind that haystack. They barely can see anything as they are just leaning into that perfect cause, and now it could be anyone's game.
Master Zordy managed to reset himself, but Myanmar team, they keep pressuring with those nades coming in, flying with only 2 players at here, and G8 will be taken out, leaving with only 1 player. Oh, Team Myanmar, this is going to be 100% for them. No one, you're going to blunder this one out, and it's going to be Master Small again to score that chicken. 2 chickens right now. It's either Myanmar or Team Nepal. Both of them will score double chicken in a day. And so far, we don't have any other teams that can be a contender between these 2 teams to just snatch the chicken away in the last minute. I mean, speaking of consistency, we pretty much have the same teams all over again for the top 4 for the entirety of the wrangle, with same Yasnaya circle for the past 3 maps.
Well, I think it really works to their favor overall, because when we think about it, this is where, you know, if you have the same scenario, then you kind of have the same playbook to actually work things around, which have been in the favor of some of the notable names that were in the list. Malaysia this time had more manpower to work with. They did manage to at least achieve the top 3, but Myanmar, they've done it yet again as their Burmese side celebrates and clinch another chicken dinner, just like how they did back in game 1. Also, just to correct myself, as I did mention that, hey, Pakistan, they looked like they actually won one, but it was just 2 second places in a row for them, so I just want to correct myself. But Zordy, he ends up as the MVP. You saw how masterful he was with going in for those long-range tags to secure plenty of points for Team Nepal.
Now, I'm loving the fact that Team Malaysia, also I want to highlight the moment they change to Voki. I think Voki might be the IGL lineup just now. It just changes so much. They are more aggressive trying to find those points compared to their rotations are okay, are pretty okay and pretty good themselves for Team Malaysia. But when it comes to getting this firepower up to a different level, definitely they needed Voki, and it just shows. It translates into a lot of points in there. But Team Nepal, Team Mongolia, what a sudden rise. I mean, Rivers looks like he's really mad in that match. I don't know why. He was so angry and so proactive finding those eliminations. But we do know when it comes to Team Myanmar, Team Nepal, and Team Malaysia, so far they have been showing such consistency since map number 1, and they have been in the top 4 straight in the first 3 wrangle maps. Perhaps it's because it was pretty much the similar circle of Yasnaya, Poliana. If we have a change of circle, will we have a change of top 4 teams?
It might actually be the case, Choo Choo. And overall, we saw there were some struggles for the side of Mongolia because they were met with Pakistan very early on to maybe bring a few members down. That kind of dent some hopes for a chicken dinner. But overall, consistency pays off for both Myanmar as well as Nepal. As we compare the results from both ends, they are almost tied in the number of eliminations. Of course, Nepal has bested them by only 1 extra point of elims. And on top of that, we'll take a look at the healing ratios as well. Team Nepal, they've always been a team that is very sturdy. They are willing to also soak some blue zone in order to get into some really good spaces, which is why you see maybe a little bit more healing, and they also get themselves into a lot of battles as well, which is why those are some of the big numbers out there. And as we look through the list, the big winners here are both Myanmar as well as Nepal, tying 15 apiece. It's only 5 elims for Myanmar, so with that chicken dinner, they've been able to match it up against the high tempo play that's been set up from Nepal with 15, with 9 elimination points.
Now, once one team starts to rise up, we can see another one being dropped down here, which is going to be Team Pakistan. And this is the least amount of eliminations so far from their side. So far, we saw they got themselves 7 eliminations back-to-back in 2 maps early on. And this time, they're slightly having a bit difficulty thanks to the rise of Team Mongolia, who got themselves 4 eliminations with 8 total points. But this will actually change a bit when it comes to the overall ranking, but not so much changes talked about how consistent these 4 teams right now. And with Team Mongolia on the rise, you can see certain teams are being pushed down quite a bit. And there's slightly a stretch of small gap, but it's slowly having a bit of a gap between 6th and 7th place. Compared to the previous map, we have multiple teams seems to be at the tie at 6, 7, and even 9th place before. But now the margins between the top teams and the others, this is quite troublesome for the bottom teams like Laos and Oman, because if these teams keep on proactively trying to find those elimination points, there will not be enough points to be garnered by the bottom teams as well.
Yeah, certainly the case. And overall, I just would say that it's been in such a competitive lobby that it really is a case where you got to always be on your toes. A team as capable as Iraq is also sliding down the list as well. So hopefully they get to bounce back up. But for now, of course, we check out the highlights and we'll bring you further into the upcoming games here in the 2076 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers, PUBG Mobile.
That's the most cinematic highlights I've ever seen in my life. I have to say that. I don't know why. I'm so sorry, guys, but it's cute. Okay, back to the story. Now we can see a change of the tide. Now we have one more round up to go, so good news for the team that start to rise. That's going to be Team Mongolia. They have one more shot. Now we don't have tomorrow for the other teams if they don't perform here right now today. And we see a couple of teams start to swap players, including Team Malaysia. So I'm not sure whether this Erangel will have some swaps for the other teams as well. And high chance we're probably going to see Miramar map later on. There'll be a couple of players swaps and subs coming in as well, because there are some specialty players to a certain extent of a certain map, right? And we've seen that happen for the past couple of years right now. But for this Erangel with Team Mongolia now on the rise, will it be the same circle? My question is that first, because I want to see a different circle. I feel like it's because of the circle that it feels like the same top 4 teams don't really give opportunity for the other team to show up here.
Yeah.
Because they are more comfortable with their rotation based on the circle that keeps going. Yasnaya is just obsessed with Yasnaya today for today's circle.
Yep. I mean, that's something that nobody gets to control. And of course, the likelihood of it being a repeat 3 times in a row around that Yasnaya does allow some teams to be very, very consistent, because either they drop nearby or they have been able to really masterfully fend off teams that are rotating around that area. Of Myanmar so far, they've been thriving, to say the very least. I mean, these are the victors of match number 1 and of course the victors of the previous matchup as well. So 2 chicken dinners, they're feeling very comfortable, as this is by far a very dominating run coming in from the Burmese side. And of course, they have years of experience playing together in Yangon Galacticos, which definitely shows a lot of synergy. You could say the same about a few other notable teams such as Twisted Minds, 4 Tribes. I believe they're about to show us a higher tempo, a higher playing field for us to witness here. Moving into match 4, the final matchup in Erangel begins right here, right now.
Flying over to our last Erangel for Group B in this group stage of the Asian Games Esports Qualifier. We do know when it comes to Miramar, it's going to be a totally different ball game here. So like it or not, these teams have to make use and maximize their efficiency to get those points as much as they can in this last match. And I assume high chance we can get a rowdy start since every single team now feels like they are adapting towards the rotations of the others before heading into Miramar. So I assume just now we saw early initiators. There's going to be Team Uzbekistan who love to play quite an early start as well. Team Lao and of course Team Oman. Team Oman always engage in the first few minutes into the game too. So high chance this team, they will try to force those fights because they need that points more than the others. So Team Oman and Team Laos seems to be always engaging with each other. Will it be the same case now?
Oh, it's really interesting to actually see the patterns of the parachutes coming in from each respective regions overall. Pakistan is floating side by side with Team Mongolia. I believe Mongolia is aiming to dive into Sunaska military base, but maybe it's going to be a trajectory that lands them actually around the vicinity of the compounds over the farm, and we're going all the way up north. I know you're probably having an inkling that it might still be that city that we talked about a couple times before, but I'm hopeful, Chuchu. There's a shooting range, there's 70. Well, are we really going for the fourth? I'm not sure. And if it's going to be rolls off, I'm going to be a happy boy.
Yes. Let's go. Yes, Naya, guys. Let's go. Yes, Naya again once more. Why not? Let's try and see if whether it's going to happen or not. But I think with this kind of circle, plus the flight path just now, slightly, it was quite in the center for the flight path, but everybody dropped themselves in the southern side. So everybody moving in one direction right now. High chance there'll be clashes here during the migration towards inside of Rostov or even shooting range. And I like the fact that Team Iraq and Team Nepal is moving as fast as they can, loot and run at the same time, knowing that a lot of teams will start to move towards the northern side due to the circle, and everybody drop themselves on the southern side. So they have to make it quick. And we know stage 1 right now is super crucial with this sort of circle, because if you are late to get into the circle after this, we saw that too many times here today. They will be guarded heavily around the edge of the circle. There'll be plenty of teams. That's why a lot of teams try to play in the center here right now. But you can also see team like Myanmar, team like even Team Pakistan, they prefer to take it slightly, at the edge of the circle, knowing that there would be plenty of team in the center this time.
Yeah, I certainly agree. Early on, we do have the pan over onto Uzbekistan, which I have been really happy to see them clinching that 5th position at the moment. They have been very steadily racking up points every single round. They have just about enough skirmishes and also fair amount of ranking points to go by as well. Despite them currently sitting near the borderline together alongside Mongolia with 18 and 17 apiece, UAE, they've shown us a little something. Meanwhile, Pakistan once again looking for a scramble, and it's gonna be Zayo that defends it perfectly, coming with a counter in order to save Doc in the perfect nick of time. So this time, Mongolia, they start off well, and surprise, surprise, I mean, Pakistan, they were so cheeky about their attempt.
I mean, they know for a fact that this is going to be the last wrangle, so they were trying, but it's a different version of Mongolia after 3 maps in a row of similar circle. And this is the first time Team Mongolia starting off as a 4 perfectly intact. And all 3 never mind it. I think I said teams too soon right now. As I managed to get down on Zyle, Doc might be the next target here. It's so difficult to see Team Mongolia to stay alive as 4 longer than stage 1. There must be somebody to be sacrificed in the early stage.
Oh, upon arrival, Huzaifa's been on the mark as well. Just perfect tandem work rate coming in from Huzaifa that took out the last member of Team Mongolia. And oh my, this is something that nobody expected.
Huzaifa is just on fire today, man. I mean, he knows exactly his timing and his off angle is just incredible. Despite the lost IQ, but the way he's responded that swiftly and know exactly the angle to look for where nobody else is actually watching him at the same time. I don't know how he actually knows those entry points without being noticed by these guys at all.
Yeah, and I think like this kind of adjustment coming from Team Mongolia, where they didn't manage to end up inside of melee base, and they had to loot out around this vicinity. And you saw they were making a few notable mistakes trying to go out in the open to try to secure that vehicle, which was already guarded from the side of Pakistan. So rather unfortunate, but overall, credit where credit is due, right? Because Pakistan, they set up things for success. Despite losing out IQ, you think that they will back out. No, they double down. This is, of course, the signs of a champion. The recent champions of the PMGO Season 1 are just showing what they're made of. So this is where, you know, even in former victors or even those who have played in the international circuit, they need to show a little bit of level of respect as well. So not saying that there wasn't much being displayed from the side of Mongolia, but I would definitely think that they need to be so much more careful moving into the upcoming maps of Miramar later on. As we do move forward, though, Myanmar so far on the streak, but this has been closely been trailed by the side of Nepal. 43 points, 42 points, side by side from first position to the second. At any given moment, we'll definitely see a shift of hands depending on how well they perform round by round. Meanwhile, of course, I would say they have already gotten themselves in such a safe notion that even if they make a few mistakes, they should still be within that top 6 ratio. So I'm thinking that they're very well set for the finals.
Oh. It's within reach, except I think it's slightly tougher. Road is going to be Laos, of course, but it's still within their reach to get himself in the top 6. I'm counting. When it comes to the top 3 teams, I would say they are slightly in a different league compared to all the others, but coming up from 4th place onwards. Now, do note that only the top 6 will advance to the Sunday's final, which later today, of course. Good morning, everybody. And when it comes to Uzbekistan, they cannot afford to go out too early here. It's too much at stake. We're talking about, yes, there's 2 more Miramar, but nobody knows what's going to happen in Miramar. Nobody plays Miramar yet in this lobby. So it's quite a difficult task to predict what's going to happen in Miramar, and it's quite a jeopardy for them if they just want to risk everything in Miramar. So it might as well something that they are familiar with for Team Uzbekistan. Even Brunei and Team Iraq, they are very close at that 6th place here, with Mongolia team taken now early, like you mentioned. It's definitely opened up so many doorways for teams down to 11 place, of course. I mean, it's within reach still.
Whoa, what a setup coming from inside of Burnett, as he is gonna force a dive into the waters from Oman. And you can see the big scramble coming from Schofield as well. This spot has been absolutely compromised, and Romeo's going in for the chase. They're willing to risk it for the biscuit. And there we go, the exchange goes through. Romeo getting tagged as well, but he comes up better with a perfect shot. And that is where Myanmar right now, they get the upper hand, as they will be able to add a few stash. Steez, he kind of got himself too deep in the water, though. Romeo takes that claim upon Schofield, so that's only 1 point. Mernet looking to secure the 2nd point as well.
Yep, but he was hoping it's actually, it's right in front of him, but you don't really have the view like we do. Don't tell I didn't tell you so. I told you so. There you go. I want to say it out loud. Yeah, Naya Poliana again, ladies and gents. Let's go. Is it still going to be Nepal, Pakistan, probably Myanmar once more. But Myanmar, when it comes to this team, they are way too deep in the blue zone. Quite an extended fight at that one as well. So I think they were trying to force the fight here for Team Pakistan here too, and Team Oman. So it's quite a long journey for them to get into the circle, with 2 kilometers further from that circle right now.
Yeah, and overall, I really do wonder if that late search is going to bite them from behind, because once they do get in the zone, they're not going to have too much info. But never mind that, because if you think about it, again, since it's still the same zone, they kind of would expect other teams to be in similar spots as their prior games. So maybe that's a read that they could hope to rely on if they do have those kind of info relayed by their coaches and analysts in prior games. And of course, we go back to Team Uzbekistan, marking onto Shamsi, who's currently stuck with his vehicle punctured up. He's not going to be moving all too much. And as a matter of fact, not at all, since Bad Boy has got him all tagged up. And it is going to be so difficult for UAE to even form a saving grace for their fallen comrade. But overall, it's only one for the meantime. Is still hanging on, so perhaps there is still a little bit of hope since those smokes have been set up. They're on their vehicle thinking about it, second guessing whether or not should they actually go in for the rescue. So UAE, very tough decisions. I think in most occasions when you're playing a global tournament, you need to count your losses as well because this is too huge of a risk to take. But we have El Chop over on the top side of the hill to try to make something happen at the very least.
This long-range fights. And they're very familiar with this circle, I assume. Yeah. Now Team Myanmar just enter into the picture. Well, it's going to be Team Lao just going to gatekeep that. Well, it's back to it, square one. Lake it is. And Team Iraq got himself on the northern side. They're being spotted this time, knowing the fact that nobody else coming up from the northern side. But it's going to be major thinning of crowd coming out from the south again. Malaysia team and Team Pakistan seems to very, very close amongst each other. But we do have Team Oman coming up from behind. It's going to be a hard entry for Team Oman. I don't know which way they should enter in. It's already overly occupied inside of a circle right now.
Yeah, it's really about picking the right decisions, right? But who do you want to face? Do you want to face Pakistan, Malaysia, or if you move into rows out, there's also Team Brunei, and of course UAE also was around that vicinity. It is so congested. Meanwhile, over onto the West Plains, though, we see Laos as well as Myanmar side by side. Two teams, of course, who are very familiar with each other, of course, being neighboring the nations overall around the Mekong region. Despite that, of course, we're seeing a lot more involvement coming from the side of Myanmar, who have thrived in international waters and so far thriving up till now, being at the top step of the podium of the leaderboard with 44 points being gained. Voki, last round we saw him being subbed in and he had instant impact. This time he's chasing on the rest of Team Oman. Oman being given a free pass though, as that was not too much of a retaliation coming from the Malaysian Tigers. 20 points, but yet again, you could see that it is still a very close number between them as well as Uzbekistan. And if Brunei and Iraq gets a good game, that lead does not mean much at all.
Yeah, it only takes them one chicken, but can they score? Because right now it's going to be the same teams getting themselves those chickens for today. It's only Team Myanmar and Nepal dominating over for those chicken dinners and even those elimination points as well. When it comes to the points, that's why they are above the 44 and 42 respectively. Team Malaysia, I mean, they should have... if they deployed Voki since the start, probably there's going to be a slight change with the numbers here, but it is what it is right now. There's no use crying over spilled milk. But for Team Laos, they are the more desperate team to get the points to have a bit of a jump start. You're seeing this for Team Oman and Team United Arab Emirates, who's struggling with a single digit still. I don't blame them. This is a very stacked lobby.
It really is. Overall, even I really can't put my finger on what the top six is going to look like because right now it is so shaky. Any team can have a bad round. Any team could also have a good round. So this is where things get really tricky. We'll have to see whether it goes towards the lakeside or does it go towards the open playgrounds of the hayfields. And oh my word, this entire sector is segregated because of that river and the lake. So perhaps Laos, to get themselves some big sigh of relief because they're the only ones on the far west. There's a few more teams up north as well. And you can see Pakistan, they're just sending it right across, Nepal marking onto them. Meanwhile, Myanmar having Murnet to also send in a couple of tags onto their members. So this is looking very risky. Iraq, they're in the center of the attention because this gas station is that perfect center point to control the area.
I don't know why Team Iraq actually left the northern side of the lake just now, because that's going to be one of the best spots. Slight elevations, slightly higher than the others, and the high chance of the circle might ended up there is also high percentage. And I think Team Myanmar is actually overtaken Team Iraq's position in northern side. They're going straight around the bridge area, which I think maybe they want more points. I mean, they don't want to wait it out around the lake area on the northern side. But that's a winning spot usually with this sort of circle we've seen so many times before. And if it's Team Myanmar scoring the chicken with that kind of positioning, where they are actually at where I'm talking right now in the north, slightly on the north of that lake, well, we're going to have only 2 teams scoring the chicken if they score with that position, of course.
Yeah, it's still too soon to tell on the kind of advantages gained or so, since all 10 teams are still intact. The only one that was taken out early was Team Mongolia. And still pretty much a level playing field, except for the fact that Oman has lost 2 members. So it's going to be rather difficult to really cut through. We got to also take a look at how it's certain shifts. And of course, when you mentioned like Iraq, they initially would have had a really good hold if they stayed put. But they also were thinking that, hey, that shift looks like it could be in the mainland instead. And now we're seeing Zayo going for an instant trade out, make it look super clean. And here comes the rival Team Malaysia as they swamp towards Marnet, taking out Cole. Meanwhile, the rest of Myanmar retaliates as they try to do some damage up against Vexcry. Voki now cooks up a big nade. Vexcry getting sniffed out, and it's too close for comfort. Voki still has it in the back to find one more up against Myanmar.
Oh no!
Here comes the flank coming from St. Cloud as well. And just like that, they've dealt with the entire squad of Malaysia. They only walk away with 1 point.
Oh, this opened up so many doors for the other teams as well. They are fighting for that prime spot. But back to the south side of the lake, we have Uzbekistan now shutting down on Team Brunei, but it's not out of the woods yet for them. Team United Arab Emirates right behind them. Vamos is going in for the revival. Never mind, he's actually taking the front line, trying to divide their attention. But unfortunately for Team Uzbekistan, they're being sandwiched 2 ways here. We're talking about Team Iraq. It's coming, what issues from behind. And our boy managed to score down on Vamos, who's being cheeky just now. But here comes Wahish coming up from Team Iraq. Team Nepal is watching from the other side. Oh boy, this is not great at all. But another team just bites the dust. There's going to be Team United Arab Emirates. We're down to only a handful of teams left. But the circle, here comes the string.
Wow.
And Team Myanmar do have that prime spot I talked earlier on, which was contested by Team Malaysia, because they saw how valuable that position was just now. Everybody else seems to be fighting around the bridge area on the southern side of the circle.
And Pakistan, they're just going to safeguard that bridge, not allow anyone to bypass. It's looking very likely that it will shift further towards the north, which is where Iraq, they're hoping to clear up some space. But Nepal, they're piling in the pressure. Same goes to Uzbekistan. They're driving by side, and there we go. Zordi getting involved, taking 1 member down for the side of Iraq. But Uzbekistan, they drive further forward towards the direction of Pakistan, as Pakistan will be able to shred through a few of their members. And that will be an instant team wipeout. Uzbekistan, they thought they have a good deal, but instead they did not suspect Pakistan to be right underneath that bridge to capitalize.
Here he comes, the rest of Team Iraq migrating. Will they let them just pass by? Huzaifai definitely wants to open fire. Go ahead, Huzaifai. No, you want to go for it. But they're driving as fast as they can. Wahish know exactly where the rest of Team Pakistan players are. They're taking a bit of a pullover, and Lau is on the other end of that road. So it's going to be Team Iraq try to divide and conquer, trying to find an entry in without being harmed. But look at how they're rotating so fast at a very costly trajectory, of course. But unfortunately, Team Pakistan, there's going to be Say Cloud from Myanmar across the other side of that lake. What a long shot coming in, and Romeo now being visited by Wahish. Team Iraq, they want to reclaim their old position now. Hopefully it's not too late for them, as Kevin managed to take down Romeo. It's go time or not. Team Iraq, they still have 3 players, and they can actually make it through.
And they have just had a perfect setup coming in. Icon going for a little bit of a swerve on that vehicle, as Kevin has been able to confirm that number up against Romeo. Only 2 more remain from the side of Myanmar, being brought down to size. in such a short span of moment, you can see that big scramble has left only 5 more teams remaining. Delta now having a couple attacks coming in from the back. He's got to be very mindful of his movements while the rest of Nepal tries to cut right through. Pakistan so far have been napping points after points by safeguarding this bridge. TMG8 now tries to sniff them out though. Fallout, desperate attempt into the waters. He tries to dive deeper, but it is that SMG that was in hand that TMG8 has been so masterful with. And there we go, 4 points in for side of Nepal as we see them go neck and neck. It's only 24 OP who's currently holding on, but there's barely enough cover ground for him to work with.
It's not a ground to work with. It's just water right now for the side of He's still making it happen.
Ooh.
Wait a minute. That's
What?
nasty. That's cheeky coming up from T24 OP. That's really OP plays down there. Definitely rage baiting the rest of Nepal to stop firing just to that one last player of Team Pakistan. So cheeky the way he plays it. Very, very genius plays indeed. Back to this. It just bought him so much time and actually extended the stay for Team Nepal. And this will actually impact their entry into the circle later on for Team Nepal.
And also, I want to highlight the fact that Team Laos, this is their longest survival time, and they still have a full squad strength. T24 OP finally gets sent with a grenade. He brought too much attention because he was so sneaky to actually steal away one from the side of Nepal. But never mind that, we will carry on. So we have majority of the rest of the pack with 3 members left, except for Laos with a full squad. TXL have gotten so much intel on both Nepal as well as the members of Iraq at the moment. So this could be an upper hand depending on how they play this one out. They do have the advantage of the zone. They don't really have to make anything too drastic to happen right at this moment. And certainly for the side of Myanmar with 2 members left, they just want to ensure that Nepal does not detect their movement for the meantime. As I do say that, a couple of stray packs have connected, and Delta, he lands a perfect one at that. SayCloud instantly getting himself into trouble. And now there's only 1 more remaining for the side of Myanmar.
Last play of Myanmar. Oh, Iraq. Team Iraq definitely knows. Team Myanmar coming out from that side. They fought each other before. A bit harder for Smile to actually drive. I mean, he got an option to drive straight into the river and just hopefully... Never mind, I spoke too soon. It's going to be them getting them... At least they're still consistently getting themselves in the top 4. But now it begs the question, will Team Nepal score their 3rd chicken for the day? Can they score a hat-trick here just within the Wrangle map?
And perhaps that may be a ability, though. Nepal, though, they've been relatively consistent, and this is that perfect opportunity to form that overtake up against Myanmar. They've been working really hard, and Pakistan, since they're out of the equation as well, this is going to be one of the very few chances that they do get before they be moved into the next map. Delta, so far, looking very sharp, of course. The veteran that has played in big teams such as DRS has been able to show up strength by strength as they now move into that late game skirmish. Wahesh marks onto the Lao members. The Laotians not exactly giving them any form of edge. And speaking of which, that moment that he goes for the peak, Wahesh finds it in return.
I don't think he was scoping in for that one. Well, he was trying to tap with the scope. It did not somehow connect, but when he was doing a hip fire, it seems like it somehow connected. But here comes Kevin, going in for the rush against Team Lao, but they greeted him warmly with some troubles. Come out from Kevin, unfortunately. No cover fire for Kevin. While he's trying to make do with whatever he can, but unfortunately, it's a bit too far for him to reach out. He needs to reposition himself with a smoke-up vehicle. I think it's a bit risky, but they do have Nepal players. Team Nepal is very close by. Zayo already prepped himself with a DBS. It feels like he will force into a mid-range, and I think probably this hand grenade is going to be more than enough to shut down a YH. Let's wait and see.
Oh!
Halfway down, Master Zordi. What a distraction as well.
Another big one being sent right in. YH.
This is it.
Can he actually hold it down though? Zio putting the pressure, and that is a perfect lob out of Zio. A third place finish from the side of Iraq. Very respectable as they do clinch plenty more points. But right now, Nepal takes over the lead with 51 points. Can they find more up against Laos? Laos makes their way into the top two for the very first time. Delta now going in, taking charge on a close quarter combat. There's an angle being found from the side of TXL.
Oh, it's going to be Master Zordi. Will try to have a bit of a trade-off between Laos and Team Nepal right now. It's going to be a 2v3. Numbers-wise, it's more favoring towards Team Laos' side. But when it comes to sealing the deal, can they actually do it for Team Laos? It's going to be 2v2. A fair field to start with. It's back to square one. BH spotted out the rotation and the positioning on the side of Team Nepal. Master Zordi, what a crispy spray just now. Perfectly angled as well. Here comes finishing it. Will they get a hat trick here for Team Nepal? They're definitely coming in strong here.
Yeah, they're not wasting any more time to go in for the rush. TXL, can he actually find it? Double all by himself. A couple of sprays, not hitting the mark. And this will be it. Nepal celebrates with their chicken dinner here in the final round of Erangel.
2 chickens here today for Nepal, not the third one, but yep, 2 for each of Myanmar and Nepal. I guess they are crowning themselves as kings and princes of Erangel, and also both teams seem to be dominating this lobby when it comes to closing as the chicken dinner winner. But of course, we definitely love to see the rise of Team Lao in the very last minute of a Erangel map just now, which will change the overall rankings. I'm not sure how much they managed to tally up when it comes to the overall score, but you have to get that cheeky plays from T2 for OP at that bridge area. That was a golden time. What a jam play, a big, huge clutch, and giving so much elimination points despite his being the last player standing for Team Pakistan as well.
Wow. What an exhilarating matchup, Choo Choo. Never have we thought that it will end up in just now again, but this time it's so much more challenging because teams have to decide between which side of the lake do they really want to take, and it ended up towards the north point. And overall, we saw great control from Nepal. They were not really trying to push too much into the center of the zone for the most part. And overall, it has paid off to secure themselves yet another chicken dinner in the back.
Yeah, 2 chickens. Sorry, not hat-trick. It's actually 2 because Myanmar and Nepal has been alternating winning the chicken dinner for today. Just to recap for you guys, Erangel won the for first Erangel, it was Myanmar with the chicken dinner. Second Erangel was Nepal. Third Erangel, it was back to Myanmar. And now when it comes to the fourth Erangel, back to Nepal. But it's always going to be Nepal and Team Myanmar always getting themselves in the top 4, regardless of whatever the situation is, because we do know it's always going to be, yes, Naya Circle all day long in today's Erangel, of course. But looking at how Lao is actually back on the rise here, seems to be rotating the fourth, how do I say this? A fourth team to always rotating. But the ones that's always consistent right now is going to be just these 2, Myanmar and Team Nepal. Who can stop these 2 teams?
Yeah, right now, I would dare say that both teams have already qualified into the finals with the amount of points that they gain. So it's all about bragging rights of securing that top spot. But overall, when we match up both Nepal, they got themselves in some really huge battles as well to have themselves also healing for 700. Meanwhile, Team Nepal, they have always been very precise on which battles they really want to subscribe in, which in return, you saw those sharp shots coming from T24, and the rest of the party has been able to also gain a whole lot. Meanwhile, Nepal, this entire squad so far has been so promising, and we've already seen a bunch coming out. 23 points out of Zio, Master Zordi, TMG8, as well as Delta.
Now, this is going to stretch the first, second place way further than the rest. I feel at this point it's 100% Nepal going to go through to the finals, which is going to be Sunday, still today, but later today. As well as Team Myanmar right now is 100% confirmed, but for the rest, I think Team Pakistan is pretty much safe as well. But for the 4th, 5th and 6th placement, that's going to be up to contest for the other teams, of course. Let's go into the overall rankings. Like I mentioned before, look at how the gap, the margins is just huge. Between Team Pakistan and Uzbekistan is already almost 20 points of a difference. To be exact, it's around, 17 points? But starting from 4th place onwards, down to even 11th place, it's just doable. Still, but the slots is only 3 of them, so it's kind of confirmed for Team Nepal, Myanmar, and Pakistan to advance towards the finals. But who will join in for the last 3?
Oh, it's a very, very tough call. Take a look at how close the points are. 21, 19, 5th, and 6th. That could be very doable for the side of Mongolia. And now, Laos have entered the conversation with 15 points as well. Brunei, I think they started off really strong, but they start to lose a little bit of steam as they have only got themselves pretty much stunted around that 14-point mark for the time being. So, still more work to be done, Choo Choo, but it's only 2 maps. 2 maps. So 1 chicken dinner for those teams who are below that 7th spot will mean a whole lot to really give them some signs of life into the last game.
You know what? I think the team that really have a shot at this is going to be Team Uzbekistan. I feel like they do have a bigger shot because when it comes to the points, the data itself, it's super important to know exactly what it means to have elimination numbers, one of the highest, and also the placement points as well. They're lacking in terms of their rotation and their positioning in the map for Team Uzbekistan because right now they are the number 4 team. I would say number 4, number 5 team with the most number of elimination at 17. Yes, we can't compare to those teams at the very top because basically if nobody else tried to take down the top 2 teams, then basically they are the one that will try to overtake all the elimination that's available for everybody else. But before we get into the next map, Mirama, we're gonna head the break just for a little bit. See you guys after this.
And here we go to the penultimate round as we finally get a dive into Miramar. I think like we've had enough of Yasna Pollyanna already, Choo Choo. So that being said, a huge sigh of relief for some who are favoring this map a whole lot more. And I do believe that Pakistan has some really high win ratios when it comes down to this map alone. And you could also argue about the rest of the party as well. Mongolia, they've shown some really good prospects. So I'm thinking that perhaps this could be a very good opportunity for the likes of Manny heading into the final two maps remaining.
Now, it's a different map, Conpro. Don't forget that whenever we saw early on Thursday Wrangle, everybody was basically walking on eggshells because they're not familiar about the other's rotation and of course the initial drop spot for each of the team. Now this will unfold itself for the other 3 teams that we know opens the slot. Who will get it to the top 6 to get into the finals? We're starting off with this Miramar.
And there we go to the Dusty Dunes this time around as the battle intensifies yet again. We have seen certain teams with sure confidence to be able to clinch multiple chicken dinners. Of course, namely, there's only 2 spots with multiple chicken dinners right now, Nepal as well as Myanmar. But of course, with a different course, this could be a very different story, Choo Choo. So right now, since this is their first outing in Myanmar, we might even see those early clashes like we did back in match number 1. Uzbekistan, they're going to be diving into Impala and maybe stretch out into Puerto Parso as well. Center ground is where a lot of teams love to play out, so I wonder where will they set out to?
I'm gonna wait and see. It's our first time to see them actually play in this map as well. So for Team Uzbekistan, I feel like it's a very close drop with Team momentum from the last map into a different one, Miramar, this one as well.
That's true. I mean, overall, that was a huge achievement. And getting that top 2 finish gives them a fighting chance right now to qualify to the finals for later in the evening. Of course, it's already Sunday right at this moment. And this is going to be a circle centered around the northern point. There's still some enclosement into Picado or even the areas of Graveyard. So we'll keep our eyes onto the zone later on, but I'm liking what we're seeing so far. A good widespread for the likes of many. So there's not going to be all too much commotion in the early game.
Speaking of commotion, I think I have to tone down a bit just in case my neighbors might actually report me.
We're shouting a little bit too much in the wee hours of the night.
Yeah,
And that's just part of our jobs.
Yeah. I'm sorry for our neighbors. We love you, but yeah. I mean, you guys are awesome. Whoever's watching at home right now, you guys don't forget to cheer and support and really behind your national teams because they are fighting for your own sense of national pride here as well. They are fighting for your national pride. It's more than just clubs here. It's about really having that flags flying to be in the finals here. And of course, don't forget to drop the comments as well. I want to see the prediction, who can actually get the prediction right, because so far it has been the domination of Team Myanmar and Nepal when it comes to the chickens. I'm looking for a different team when it comes to Miramar here. Who do you think have a better shot when it comes to change of map?
Well, when it comes down to this, I did mention that Mongolia, they do have some really good stats. Pakistan as well. I think Pakistan came really close in a couple of rounds back in Erangel where they had a couple of top 2 finishes and they were so close yet so far. And the story for Mongolia is that they've always been that team that is so close yet so far as well. They've had 2nd place finishes in the global stages, but right now they sit directly at the borderline. Iraq, 1 point ahead of them. And of course, the players who majority hails from Twisted Mind, Iraq there definitely showed up for this evening. And there was that instance where we also see these 2 trade out. And it was quite the spectacle, to say the very least. Nepal, though, right now, they have a very healthy lead. That's how many points ahead are they? 12 points at this moment.
My eyes on to lock to it Uzbekistan right now. When it comes to confident, they're pretty confident to go and make their decisions to charge or rush into a certain compound to wipe out certain teams. I love the fact they are bold when it comes to making their choices, but it's just when it comes to rotations and placement points, they're lacking in that area, which is a very, very doable if it's in the case of rotations. It's just a matter of timing and positioning, that's all. It's something that can be fixed within seconds here if they can just start to read out regarding the stages and depending on if they can actually have a glimpse about where whoever dropped nearby around their compounds. But for the teams that not having a lot of eliminations, it's slightly a bit tougher in this case because we do know when it comes to teams, if you don't pick your fights and you running away from the fights, usually you will be only the victims of the fight. And that's going to be the case of teams like Oman that I've seen a lot. Team Lao, at least we can see they start to fight back, but it's slightly on the later stage. Not many teams willing to start initiating those fights days early on. I think the only team that do have the courage to do so, I have to give it to a team like Iraq, or I want to say the same for Team Mongolia, but a lot of the cases, their scouter always got eliminated too quickly.
Yeah, I think like especially for the previous round, right? We saw the commotion that happened between Team Mongolia as well as Team Pakistan in the very early game, where Pakistan, they did manage to capitalize. They lose IQ, but in return, they gained those 4 points because Mongolia, they were pretty much overzealous on their attempt as well, thinking that they could actually get more in turn. But that round really got them pretty much losing a lot more points than they should, because they only walk away with 1 point so far. And now, of course, that is a big setback. If they were to survive longer, then perhaps they wouldn't even be at this borderline right at this moment. Laos, though, spots some movements coming from Malaysia. It does seem like it's going to be a tough tag to get rid of the player coming in from the vehicles. But of course, one can only try, especially when you have an 8-time scope on the Mini 14. So, of course, you take every single opportunity that you can get.
Yeah, it's a jam to have a Mini 14 and an 8-time scope. It's a perfect arsenal to have when it comes to this kind of map. Now, we didn't talk about a lot when it comes to Team Malaysia, and right now I feel like they are one of the teams that can balance both their eliminations, their fragging power, as well as their position when it comes to their position points. But it's just the momentum is not there yet. We can see they were trying. The moment Voki coming in, you can see they're a bit more bold with their choices of rushing into certain teams and compounds compared to the first 2 maps before Voki coming in, right? They're a bit more safer, a bit more conservative and not too daring. But the moment Voki steps in, they're pretty much on at the edge of like either you being too reckless, sometimes rushing in like that, or you win it big when Voki steps in.
Yeah, I really do prefer the latter so far, because like they were playing a lot more proactive in comparison to the first 2 games where you saw they were dropping members. They were losing too many members and they had to force themselves to play for position, which somehow they did manage to get top 4 for 2 times in a row, but they were losing out on those elimination points. And now they traded it for more elimination points at the risk of losing ranking points. So I think that's a fair trade. Meanwhile, speaking of trading here, T24 OP gets themselves the first takedown of this map of Myanmar, as that will be red line out for the count. And Pakistan adds 1 more to chase up against the rest of the party.
You know what? I love the way Team Pakistan actually plays within themselves. It is like every man for themselves. You do whatever you can, but if you need help, do tell us. We will try and go and help as much as we can. But for now, in the early stage, do whatever you need to do by yourself.
Yeah, absolutely lovely stuff, because they're great as a team, but individualistically, they are super skilled as well, which is full trust on each other. That's what we love to see. Meanwhile, Hacienda del Patron will be the playground, and this is the home turf of Team Nepal. So they got a lot of guarding to do. They are expecting a lot of patrons in Hacienda. So that being said, though, teams are getting themselves prepared. Laos, they are just holding over on the corner, and you can see on that mini map, so many Malaysian members are going to be around this vicinity.
If the Malaysian team's not being careful, they might walk themselves in a trap, because Team Pakistan is on the hunt right now. Because the early on, T24 OP keep finding those targets by himself. And now it's going to be Team Laos, but they're out. Team Malaysia, they were trying to just passing by actually, and got caught in the process. That's where a lot of teams seems to be having that trouble, including Mongolia. There's a lot of teams. If you look at the overall rankings, majority of the teams starting from 7th place to 11th place have the same issue. That's going to be stage 2 going to stage 3, that migration when they're trying to reposition themselves to the third or fourth checkpoint, they got caught in the process.
Indeed, I think that's a really good sign that these teams, they got to be very mindful of the pattern of movements when they travel all together. Rifus, though, getting some good work together with Doc in order to take out Waish, who's stranded by the corner wall. Unfortunately, that vehicle is pretty much stuck by the corner, so he could not even afford to find any room to put that gear onto reverse. Falak somehow strikes another one, as that's going to be Vamos out for the count as well. Last we saw that member of Team Malaysia, Kim, he was knocked down by the members of Laos, but that point was actually claimed by Nepal.
Nepal is very good at being third party as well. I think what makes them a cut above for Team Nepal and Myanmar right now, when it comes to the timing of being the third party, they make use of it, because we're not seeing that kind of place too much in this lobby yet. A lot of them just going in full commitment, just going straight ahead on that confrontation and just rush into a certain compound. But for Myanmar and Team Nepal, they love this long shot. It just shows now Team Mongolia, lucky enough that was a long shot, so they can revive their teammate and not losing to, at the start again, starting as a trio. At least I want to see how long can Team Mongolia last as a full squad here this time.
Oh, if you could see them last out with 4 members intact into stage 5 onwards, that's where they activate. That's where they are most potent in engagements, which I felt like their full potential hasn't been fully harnessed yet, because we saw a couple of members getting napped away very early on, but they're not going to make that same mistake 4 times in a row, or more than that. Speaking of which, Heartboy pops out of nowhere, and he will be able to surprise Emmar, and the rest of Oman has been seeked out from Uzbekistan. So far, Uzbek side, they are looking so sharp, and there might just be more points to gain from here on out.
There's gonna be Uzbekistan player, bad boy, who's playing for the club, Kike. The rest of the others are coming up from Arc Red. Also a huge powerhouse. But definitely have to revisit his license for driving. But Al Chop coming up from United Arab Emirates, is just a matter of time. It's 3v1.
Oh, and
that's just painful to watch.
It's really devastating, especially UAE. They've only have 10 points. So mathematically, they've only have 1 round remaining, which means that they need a very big chicken dinner if there's going to be any hopes for them to get into the top 6.
It's so difficult. I mean, if nobody tried to shut down Team Nepal or Team Myanmar straight off the bat the moment they try to land down, or hot drop them early on, it's so difficult for the other teams to try to take the eliminations, because these are the 2 teams that's basically annihilated almost half of the population in this map right now.
Yeah.
So if nobody's stopping this, but the problem, the best way right now, control I can see, if Team Nepal and Team Myanmar seems to be hot dropping each other, that's the best case scenario.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like that is going to be the case here in Myanmar, because it's a vast land. The more of a likelihood for that to happen is for Mongolia to kind of trade out against Nepal, and then you will have 1 heavy hitter out of the list, and then we'll see what happens to, the rest of Myanmar as well as Pakistan. But so far, I pointed out early on that Pakistan, this is their most favorite map, where more often than not, when they play around this northern terrain, 4 tribes, as they were known, still known up to this day, who have just won out in PMGO, they have vast control of these territories. But this time around, they're playing from the southern gates. So they have just made their arrival. So they might be able to surprise some of the members of Mongolia if there's going to be any engagement between Nepal. But Nepal's going on that split 1-1-2 formation. If you can call that great, I won't say that's to be the case, because that is a good hold that they can back each other up. And now that it closes up, Delta as well as Zio needs to get into the mix to join TMG and Master Zordi later on.
I think Team Nepal players and Team Pakistan is just, they They still have the distance. They still can have a support just a tiny bit, quite far, quite spread out. But that's just how confident they are with their own firepower. Feels like they have this objective in their mind. Try to get as much eliminations as you can as individuals, but at the same time, you have to make sure you try to prioritize your survival first. That's what these two teams been delivering for the entire day, and it's working out great for both.
Yeah, they've been excellent so far. And speaking of excellent, Zayo, the moment you speak about these two teams, Nepal shows up, knocks one member down from the side of Uzbekistan. I really do wonder if there's going to be commitment. I would expect it to be pretty much long-range tags, and it does seem like the Uzbek side is kind of stranded out in the open. Very risky maneuver because Iraq has gotten their attention, pretty much zoomed right over onto the course of the corner. But the problem is, Iraq, they cannot afford to also leave this space entirely, so they're just going to wait for a better angle later on.
Hot boy. Spot out Team Iraq. Now, Team Iraq had a very good momentum just now, early on. But then it started to dwindle down with the rise of the other teams. It seems like the other teams need slightly more time to warm up. I think they're used to the Pro League scene where you have multiple maps in a week, right? Every single day there's going to 6 map, like what, 18 maps for their round. So there's plenty of experimental spaces and slightly later to start the engine, but now they have started the engine, but they have to make it really big. On the side of Team Mongolia, again, they got sniped from afar, I think. It's one player down to 1 HP left, not so healthy. But who's sniping them?
Well, it could be anyone at this moment because you take a look at the field. There's just so many players around. Everyone's being conservative for very good reasons, right? Because you want to build this tempo up. But for the moment, it's all about that long-range trade and mass. Team Malaysia, they've already set their sights on to Laos, who's having some struggles getting into the zone. 2 members have already moved inbound, but the other 2 is currently stranded. And take a look at the far end. There's also Huzaifa, who's also preying upon them as well. So this is going to be some tough maneuvering to do, but they definitely do know that this is a good chokehold. Should Laos make a U-turn, they will be met with the rest of Team Pakistan.
Speaking of a chokehold, all 3 of teams, there's 3 teams right now definitely want to commit themselves into this fight. Nobody wants to bear out quite early, but all of them are desperate for points, but the Circle have to string at the same time. Team Mars try to hold their grounds, but unfortunately, is that Team Nepal that rushing in? No, Team Laos coming in and going in for the rush at the same time. The Blues start to kick in. We talk about stage 4 onward, so it's going to be painful losing for every single second here. Well, they are a bit busy. Circle shifted away still onto our vicinity patrol, but Team Pakistan, they're waiting to be the cleanup crew. They're not investing too much into the compound itself. But Uzaifa got definitely punished for that. But Team Lao and yep, Team Pakistan, the cleanup crew it is.
Oh boy, somehow Team Malaysia did manage to turn the tides around despite the odds. It was only Voki left. He landed a beautiful grenade, but he also had to deny himself before Pakistan arrives on the scene. Pakistan, we talked about that third-party potential. Take a look at that. 7 points gained from that exchange, tagging onto both squads at the same time.
Speaking of another squad, Team Nepal. They're very spread out. That's just how confident they are right now. But we do have Team Pakistan and Team Nepal. I think it's great news for all the other teams, especially the teams that needed the points more, if they cancel each other out. And this is going to be the top teams, and Team Mongolia happen to be stuck in between there as well. Team Nepal and Team Pakistan seem to be very close with each other, but Team Mongolia just across the other side. Delta might relay some information around the haystacks area. It's quite tensed up, but we might have a new contender joining in the picture here. Another 4th team. That's going to be Team Myanmar. Came out slightly at the edge of the corner. All the top teams are here, Contra, around the same area. It will be great news for Brunei and Oman if this happens.
Yeah, I think like they definitely do have pretty much the similar notion. They have the game plan of how they really want to hold some of these terrains, as they have already known Miramar like the back of their hands. You could say about Yangon Galacticos, how many victories they've also gained in this map alone. So right now, I think like the survivors of this current point of time in the top 8, they're definitely going to be showing some really high octane battles later on. As for Brunei, we haven't had much of a glimpse of them. They've been very quiet for the meantime. I believe they're planted somewhere towards the north point, which is where there's least likelihood of some action going on, which is why we're focusing onto teams like Pakistan, teams like Nepal, even sometimes on Mongolia, which we saw a couple of attacks were sent towards the direction. Only 1 point gain from the side of Mongolia, though, whereas Pakistan so far wrapping around the edges. It's going to be Delta all alone, slowly gathering that intel. He's going to relay it back to the rest of Nepal, but as he do so, Delta has been spotted out just by the split second. Falak is just so sharp.
Oh, slightly off angle that. That's going to be him not getting those eliminations yet. He cannot overpick himself. It's going to be some long shots from Nepal. Master's Dodi always giving such a perfect cover fire as well. Falak managed to finish off Delta from that one, but Falak's now being knocked down. I think they have smokes. If they can pop it now, yeah, they definitely will, and will revive Falak at the back line. But we do have a Zion from Team Mongolia. They can actually pick over what's happening to us between Team Nepal and Pakistan. But you talked about Team Brunei. I'm not surprised they're a bit quiet. They got themselves great compound all around the center of the circle, still inside of the circle. And the one that can gatekeep right now is going to be Team Myanmar, who's divided himself into 2-2 formation. Team Myanmar, on the other hand, we just mentioned, Team Mongolia seems to be focusing towards Team Mongolia at the same time. This opened up so many opportunities for the teams that want to get the 6th slot and the 5th place, of course, because Team Malaysia got eliminated early.
Yeah, it's high time that they actually start getting some activation going. Mongolia, they're charging right through on the weakened side of Team Myanmar. And now it's down to Burnett trying to hold down the line. Big Nate's now sent right through. No time for revivals whatsoever as the tires slowly gets punctured. Romeo finding the angle. He's looking for a knock up against Zio, but it is going to be some relentless push coming in from Mongolia to slowly take them down apart.
Haircut Rivers is running amok again. Something is really definitely brewing. But unfortunately, Romeo, what a way to finish off with alongside with Manet, who just in the nick of time managed to get picked up by Romeo. What a perfect time to finish off one whole team just now. But we're not done out of the woods between Nepal and Pakistan. Now it's going to be a heated out fight between these two teams. Right now on top, it's going to be Team Pakistan taking out one by one, but Huzaifa again delivers. But can Huzaifa find the last player of Nepal? Zayo, he still managed to find knock down on Huzaifa, down to only 224 OP right now to do the work.
Quite the rally between both of the South Asians right now. Zayo, he's just gonna charge up this nade right across the field. Zayo, he's trying to see if there's going to be any form of an exchange that he could actually look out for, but he's left out all alone. The revives are coming true. Now Zayo knows that he's somewhere up on top, and he's going to cook it, almost taking down T24, and somehow that was perfectly safe in the nick of time for them to get the upper hand.
Oh, man, Falak. Finish off. That was super close. And Nepal, I mean, it's not about who's getting number 1 here. It's a huge statement Team Nepal is showing to the rest of the others. But we do know they're confirmed for the top 6 into the finals. But eyes lock onto the points for Team Iraq and Team Brunei, who's catching up into the game here. Spotted out Team Myanmar, who's down to only last player, Manette, in trouble. Behind there's going to be Falak. We do know Falak never let anybody or anything pass by easily. T24 OP spotted out. Oh, Manette. That's very close.
Very, very close indeed. There we go. Falak coming up from the top side. And that's one angle that he could not cover overall. 2 times with the jump shot. Falak is showing some really great air action coming out from the hillside. Meanwhile, it's Oman versus Iraq as the Mediterranean teams are just side by side. And it seems like they are not going to call for a truce. A couple attacks onto Schofield already, but it does not deter them from holding this position.
Circle just shifted onto the northern side. where Team Iraq, Team Uzbekistan, and Team Oman. It's super crucial for them to defend this circle against Team Pakistan right now, who's happened to be the one that might have bigger firepower despite the only 2 players. But Team Brunei, this is also one of the longest they lasted for these teams. So they needed this point more than the others, especially Team Iraq. If they can catch up slightly a bit more, they need just a couple of more eliminations. They barely got any right now. 0 for both Team Oman and Team Iraq. They should make use of this advantage here. Try to get as much point as they can.
They're pushing through up against Team Pakistan, though, and we got to see if they could actually hold it out. We saw T24 as well as Fallout. They've done quite the significant damage. 5 points and 4 points to their names at the moment. Wrong now, drawing up close and personal. A couple of shots are also coming in from another direction, so they got to wrap this battle real quickly.
Wrongs. There's going to be Bad Boy from Team Uzbekistan shooting him from the off angle. They didn't see this one coming. They are focusing towards Team Pakistan right now. T24 OP, he's cooking up another one. Fallout trying to find another target, but it's Shackle coming up from behind. T24, Brunei, they are in shambles. Left, right, center, they are shots from even the far. Chewy. Oh boy, he's trying to find the last member of Team Pakistan right now, with Newbie alongside with him. And Team Pakistan now finally getting down at 5th place. This is the time the bottom teams try to hike up the numbers, but Team Oman, they're going to take the heat against Team Iraq. Kevin, what can he do about this? Salami will have to take out all those nades flying over. Uzbekistan, they do have better numbers, and Team Oman, that's going to be them at 4th place.
There we go, as we see Iraq trying to recover, but the rest of Uzbekistan denies that opportunity. They still have full squad strength, and right now, all that remains is the sure focus onto Brunei on the other side of the map.
Glory, very bold and brazen there, giving such an ambitious spray from very far, but Newbie, change over to a close quarter combat weaponries, but back to his side of Newbie. He wants to take down on Ramses. He knows Ramses could hold himself a hostage right now. He needs to deal with the off-angle first, but the problem is the cover fire is coming up from Uzbekistan high ground, giving it such a hard time. They need to get into the circle, like it or not, but the only way to do so is just popping those smokes, which they barely have, none.
It's a full control, like you said. Uzbekistan, should they play their cards safely, this should be their game to win, but we'll see whether if Brunei, they could fend off some of these challenges as they drop straight towards the side of Hard Boy. And it's going to be Glory that gets the angles right. Newbies, last stand, he gets the trade done.
He's very low. Barely 1 HP, but here comes the next fight. The collateral damage is more than enough. And that's going to be the collateral damage to secure their first chicken. And finally, we have a different team to score the chicken for today. Congratulations to Team Uzbekistan. I called the shot just now. They definitely can get into the top 6.
And this will guarantee it. The players hailing from both Arcrit as well as GK have shown what they're capable of to deliver the very first ever chicken dinner for Uzbekistan. And of course, the hometown crowds wanting back and has been supporting them throughout the entirety of this Group B run. Have plenty of reasons to celebrate. As you saw, the members of Pakistan, they were so close yet so far again, but the most damage has been done by Falak, as you can see that they were ambushed by Brunei, or else they also do have a fancy opportunity to also look for a chicken dinner of their own, but they've remained to be very consistent, and Falak has brought in plenty of points for them to still secure themselves into the finals.
Even though but today has been very consistent for Team Pakistan as well. It's so hard not to have them in the top 4, but finally we get to see Team Uzbekistan coming up from the players of Arc Red as well as GK. Such a good round. And we're looking at different tide here when it comes to the switch of a map. When it comes to Miramar, it's definitely a different team 4 different teams coming out, except for Pakistan, of course. But this time we have Uzbekistan, Brunei, Iraq, and Oman as the top 4. I think Erangel, it's best to leave it to Myanmar and Nepal to take the lead. But when it comes to Miramar, it's a different story entirely. But we only have 2 Miramars in today.
That's right.
Yeah.
And there's only one more map to go. This has been a really huge round for both Brunei as well as Iraq. Of course, we see Uzbekistan stamp their mark to the finals. Oman also have improved in order to make their way into the top 4. But I do believe that when it comes down to the points of eliminations, they may not have back all too many. So, of course, when we make comparisons so far, it's 14 eliminations against 23, where Uzbekistan's, they've been rather conservative. They were also very well balanced on both ranking points as well as going for those elims at the very same time. So I say that they are almost evenly matched.
It's a matter of whether they can build the momentum for their last push. Now, we do have one more map remaining, and it's going to be the most crucial map for the teams that want to get themselves in the top 6. And so far, the one that's confirmed, I feel like it's going to be Uzbekistan that will lock themselves in the 4th slot with this chicken dinner. We talked about the enough elimination points overall for the entire day, but what's they're lacking here right now is just those ranking points, and they secured with this chicken dinner with 17 points in total, 3 placement points for Pakistan. They still get themselves at number 1 regardless of whatever the situation is, chicken or no chicken, they still gonna get this one for themselves. 14 elimination. Who needs a chicken when you can just get those eliminations?
And that's the power of 4 tribes that we're talking about here, the Masters of Miramar. And of course, right now, bearing the flag of Pakistan, making everyone proud back at home. Meanwhile, of course, when we take a look at the list, though, this is going to be a very, very arduous task for some of those who got knocked down the list. Mongolia, Nepal, they got themselves 4 points. Myanmar, this time 5 points, but they're not too concerned about them. Malaysia, they only walk away with 3, and now it shakes up the entire overall rankings.
Oh, we're looking at... Oh, this is going to be a tight race for just 2 more slots remaining. For Brunei, Mongolia, Laos, I think they have a better shot to get those 5th and 6th place, provided if Iraq and Malaysia got eliminated quickly. Now, that's going to be tough because Iraq and Malaysia, I think both have a high chance to get eliminated in the early in the early map if they have the wrong steps towards their direction of navigation, because that's always going to be the case for them. Firepower-wise, when it comes to going for the rush, if they initiate the fight, they can sustain. But if they get caught during their migration and their repositioning, that's going to be a bit of an issue, because right now, we can tell that Brunei do have a better stance in Miramar with that last performance.
And now, down towards this very final game, it's really about the probabilities, right? I believe that some of the teams, they might see this as very, very difficult when they're sitting around 11th or even 10th. But hey, one big chicken dinner, you can see it alters the fates of some of these teams, or even maybe a top 2 finish. So survivability is definitely key. And of course, we're looking at teams in the middle of the pack right now battling for that slot. It's really anyone's game, because in terms of firepower, they do have it. In terms of survivability, that's something that they really have to work on. So, Choo-Choo, I am starting to get a little bit more concerned than the teams who are competing themselves. So I'm looking forward on the outcome. I think like whoever makes it through will still do the contingent of Asia proud.
Still trying to look at the scores just now again, just to calculate. Because right now, one more thing that we should actually point out as well, Team Pakistan is the only team in the top 4 that hasn't scored themselves any chicken for today. They got themselves in the 3rd place. Now, the only difference is going to be just the placement points. Team Pakistan, what they need to do is just tweak it a bit when it comes to the positions in the last few stages. Around stage 4 onwards, so it's going to be the case. But for Brunei, Mongolia, Iraq and to Malaysia, as well as even Laos, I think Laos might be slightly a bit difficult depending on how they want to play. But for Brunei, Mongolia, Iraq and Malaysia, there's 4 teams for 2 more slots. Imagine if it's a tie, then
Yeah, it is definitely looking very, very dicey, right? Because we saw Malaysia, they're hanging by a thread. I believe they're currently tied with Mongolia. I definitely got to fact check later on. So it boils down to, of course, the priority is a chicken dinner and then followed by the ranking points into those elimination points. As we take a look at our victors of the past match of Miramar, they're looking relatively good, and I like that they got themselves really nice and comfortable out there. As we saw some big stats coming in from Hardboy. He did out 308 damage, and of course, he's been very elusive throughout the game. I love the setup. They take firm control of that very final zone to secure it.
When it comes to Uzbekistan, we can see that their playstyle is totally different if we compare with Team Nepal, Pakistan, and even Myanmar. We can see Team Nepal, Pakistan, Myanmar, they have a variety of strategies compared to Uzbekistan that is preferring the default kind of setting to play as a 4. We don't see them spreading out too far between themselves like how the others actually do. So I'm curious to see whether they will try to pull that one off, just like how the other teams actually do, spreading out quite far apart as a start just to gain information in case for their navigation later on.
Yeah, I gotta say that teamwork does make the dream work, so maybe they might just stick back to the same formula or shake things a little bit for our very final run here into the Desert Dunes to conclude Group B here in the 2026 Asian Games Qualifiers for PUBG Mobile's Asian Games version. And there we go. Last ride, Choo Choo. This is certainly going to be epic to find out who will be our 6 teams to move to the finals.
Oh, a lot at stake here. Too much on the line. You're representing a nation here. And it's going to be only 4 years once of a tournament for Asian Games. It doesn't come by every year. It's not going to happening every single month. It's 4 years once. And they have one last shot for all the teams, especially the 4 teams we mentioned, to fight for 2 more slots. Because I feel right now Uzbekistan pretty much locked in amongst Team Nepal, Team Pakistan, and Team Myanmar in the top teams. Who's the other 2? That still backs the question right now, because every single team feels like it's deserving for them to be there.
Now, I'm pretty certain that everyone, all 11 teams, they have definitely stamped their mark being champions of their own respective regions. But here, when each champions collide, it's the E. So this is definitely going to be an interesting battle to secure for whoever lands themselves with the final chicken dinner. Mongolia is going to be the furthest away, and it's been troubles lurking ahead where we saw some improvements coming in from survivability, but they got to do more to overtake Brunei, to overtake Malaysia. And just to correct myself, it's 24 points for that tie between Malaysia and Brunei as their neighboring nations that has been, of course, competing in pretty much some tournaments. And now it seems like only one of them could make it, or maybe both of them could make it if they could surpass those above them.
We talked about the teams that got themselves a very shaky position here with Team Malaysia and Brunei at a tie. Okay, in case you guys want to know about the tiebreaker, how we will actually do it. If the 6 and 7 players do have the same scores by end of this map, first tiebreaker will be looking at chicken dinner. If both teams have none or have the same amount of chicken dinner, then it will be referring to second tier breaker. That's going to be the placement points. If the placement points seems to be around the same amount as well, then it's going to be down to the elimination points for the last straw of tiebreaker. So there's going to be a lot of layers to go through. And when it comes to Team Malaysia and Team Iraq right now, Contra, I feel like they should play very safe and try to avoid every early conflicts as much as possible. Because last we saw Team Malaysia, they got eliminated quite early in the last Miramar map. So they might be a target for the teams that eliminated them before, knowing that if they drop themselves in the same spot or very similar checkpoints, it might be a dangerous path for them to repeat the same checkpoints once more. Or maybe if they want to go through the same route or pathway to go to it, high chance it's going to be the same circle again.
Maybe.
The best way for them to avoid is just either make it quicker for the rotation or slower than before, just to avoid those conflicts, because they have to keep tab with their last timing of rotations too.
Yeah, I certainly do agree. And I was about to point out that maybe for some of these teams, they kind of want to avoid moving anywhere close to Hasina de Patron, because you have heavy hitters in the form of Pakistan as well as Nepal to be around that region. So that's kind of like my fair share of tips to those guys out there who's hoping to have improved survivability, just unless if that zone really closes into that same territory, then there's no other choice. Galloping through the fields is going to be TMG coming in from Nepal. I mean, so far, they've been excellent. They've been holding on to that #1 spot. Currently sitting around 69 points. Meanwhile, we are seeing a little bit of drive-by between Myanmar as well as Iraq out of nowhere.
Oh, for all the teams out there, it's going to be the teams that's not really needing the points right now to take out the teams that need to solidify the position. Team Iraq losing 1 man, it will be slightly devastating as a start, but it's sort of a giving away like an early warning how dangerous it can get if they get slightly too reckless or not aware about how dangerous the situation is for them to get eliminated too early. So Mane, on the other hand, I think right now the biggest issue is going to be the top 3 teams. Nepal, Team Myanmar, and Pakistan right now. They have nothing else to lose. Basically, they are free. They basically don't have any pressure anymore. And the worst case scenario is that they are going in for the hunt, and they are doing it towards the teams that need those points so bad.
True enough, but you can also see it in another light where, okay, I guess that is a little bit of a setback, right? Because they've been doing too well. We'll give you another challenge in the form of verticality. And sometimes it does get really rocky by the roadside. Anyways, back towards what you just pointed out. So for those teams without pressure, you tend to have this advantage where you get to have a say as well. Who do you get to shut down? Because you might not want to see them in the finals because they are a menace as well. I mean, we have so many heavy hitters, like even Mongolia, who's currently finding some struggles in the early couple of rounds, and they are currently at the brink of it. So, I mean, if you give them a free pass, you can imagine the amount of damage they could do in the finals. You can never count anyone out. But overall, Iraq, from one trouble to another, straight shots connecting, and Wahesh, he's got to keep this vehicle safe for the meantime. Meanwhile, Malaysia versus Nepal.
Oh, but it's the other way around. So he got it straight. There was a clean elimination on the side of Iftar. We don't see a lot of Iftar plays in this tournament. There's a lot of Voki and Fax Cry, big clutch moment. But I think they have to step up the game here for that Keem and Iftar as well. If they were to make a hold of their position at 6th place, which is very shaky right now. The points is just too close. But for the side of Team Mongolia, do they still have a shot? Yes, it's wide open for them, but will they willing to take the risk to find those eliminations? Because like it or not, the bottom teams do have to be more proactive compared to Team Nepal, Myanmar, and Pakistan right now. They have to make something of this.
Yeah, first and foremost, I think it will be a wiser choice to shake off the current attention span of Pakistan. They now congregate into that compound, which is going to be a huge choke point for Pakistan to really hold them into place, which is what they're doing right now. Star L in the hand. T24 looking for that spray down. Still yet finding the mark, but here comes Balak with the reload. Pressing another try though. That vehicle's now smoking up top. Gotta ensure that he shakes off any stray tags. And there we go. Retaliation finally coming out of Team Mongolia.
I don't think it's just Mongolia around there as well. I think there's a third party coming in from across the other side, because where Huzaika stands, I don't see they can actually shot him down, but Zariel is in trouble. Oh, this is going to be Mongolia really putting at risk about the position in here. The top 6 is still in contention. Well, Mongolia cannot afford to lose any more members. It's pretty usual for them to actually lose one member quite early. They still can survive with the trio, but provided they cannot lose another one. It will be too detrimental at this point for them to lose another. But back to the circle, it's going to be... it's not going to be Hasina de Patron, thank God. It's going to be Cruz de Valley. But we do have Team Nepal. When it comes to rotation, you have to give credit to Team Myanmar and Nepal. They always got in quite early. But Team Brunei and Malaysia might just bump into each other this early on.
Yeah, that's what I really want to point out. If they were to lock horns at this point in time, they can confirm that spot. Malaysia needs to ensure that Brunei stays as far away as they could from that chart. And any point gained from Brunei is just going to cause more trouble to Malaysia. So if they do actually succumb into a battle, then we'll have to see who comes up as the victor. A couple of attacks coming from Kim, locking on target as TMG tries to shake it off. On bandages only, but thankfully, he's been able to move all the way up to Tori Ahumada to seek some safe refuge. Meanwhile, Iraq moves in up against top, who's all alone. Mongolia now in shambles with only 2 members left as they're all too separated.
From the pan to the fire, Mongolia, they have been running away from so many targets. Yeah, we're talking about almost every single team they're passing by just shoot them down. I mean, Team Mongolia, we'd never see them initiating fights ever yet, because they have been rotating and been targeting by just too many. Team Pakistan is there, Team Nepal was there. Now it's gonna be Iraq. And of course, will be worth it for them. 2 losing men here. Have it on both teams. 2v2 for both Team Iraq and Team Mongolia. If both teams got wiped out, then it's going to be a lose-lose for both of them. Losing the slot for Team Iraq as well. Bigger loss for Team Iraq, of course.
Iraq now having Wahesh going for the revival, so they're back on track though, but the nades are still bouncing through those walls. A dangerous situation. I see Brunei on the list as well, getting some hits. Meanwhile, Falak drops in the grenade onto the side of Laos. It is a huge scramble in the city of Cruz the Valley, and there we go. Pakistan swarms in from every single angle up against Laos.
Oh, the top team's not going to rest it on. They're not showing any sign of slowing down, despite they are very much free out of any pressure right now. But Laos TXL hoping to do some damage control despite his teammate falling in shambles here. Barely can have any room to breathe. Lao is being surrounded more than it's going to be Huzaifa with that holographic projection team to end their run. Thank you so much, Lao, for making this interesting and fun to watch. And hopefully we get to see you guys again in the future. But back to the game we go. When it comes to the contention of top 6, is still in contention between the teams. Mongolia, last play. Is it still possible, Contra, with 1 player left?
Perhaps so. We have to see how well could they survive, because I believe they are stuck in between the city of Cruz-Naval with not much spacing to run off from Iraq, Brunei, or even Team Malaysia. So it's all about muscling through some of the toughest areas of the map. Meanwhile, Wahesh, he's got his attention drawn towards Pakistan instead. Some really good tags being sent up towards the hillside in order to keep the rest of Pakistan at bay for the moment. Rufus, I don't think he really gets to set foot outwards. Meanwhile, Delta have gotten himself a target onto Myanmar.
Oh man, to fight with Team Pakistan right now, who's got himself maximum momentum to go for the hunt. They got already 5 eliminations. The worst case scenario is going to be Team Iraq, who's barely hanging on to their 5th place right now. Have to share the compound with Pakistan as well. Oh boy, we have Brunei slightly on the northern side.
And Brunei, they're also keeping themselves safe because they know that they cannot afford to take those kind of risks. But if they were to actually find it, it's up against Iraq, which they are happy to try to take out. And further up over the North Point is where Malaysia is residing for the moment. Meanwhile, Nepal versus Myanmar with those nades flung through. This is going to be a tough one to crack out.
But between these 2 teams, they're going to be fine. They can score whatever they need, and it's actually a good outcome, a good scene for all the other teams out there. if these two teams cancel each other out, it's going to be a 2v3 right now. But if they dwindle down the number between them down to one player left, Monet Sound is going to be CEO getting those eliminations there. But he didn't actually execute him yet. Zayo, and that's going to be Team Myanmar. What? We do know they're going to be in the finals. See you again later today, of course. But for Team Iraq, they're taking the risk. Oh, the name was big. Almost annihilated by Asian Icon. It was so close. Huzaifa got spotted out by Schofield. He will not go unpunished there. But Mongolia, no. That ended their run for this Asian Games Qualifiers.
That is the biggest shock. Oh, heartbreak for the Mongolians. They've done so well, but it wasn't enough. And my, I couldn't believe that we will not see them in the finals, but this is the level of competition that we talked about. And yet again, looking at the map, Brunei, Malaysia, side by side, on the south, Iraq. These are the teams fending off for the spot. Iraq so far is doing well defending their territory up against Pakistan, taking down Huzaifa. But Falak, they're not going to let go of this so easily.
Now, if Pakistan managed to take down on Team Iraq, but never mind. Hey, wait a minute.
Oman?
IQ got shot from behind. Oman with Iraq, Wahish is actually focusing on Pakistan as well. Now, this is a huge one for Team Iraq. If they can shut down on Team Pakistan, this will add those points to their back. But it will be the contest between Brunei and Iraq for the placement here. While Team Malaysia is still quietly observing, Team Iraq knows they need to get those points to really solidify to be the top 6. But it's against Pakistan and Oman. They try to go for the rush, but he's T24 OP. He's super fast with those big swings.
That's right, and he's already garnered 3 points, just like how he did back in the previous round. So far, the entire squad of 4 tribes, Pakistan's been able to really show what they've got in the form of great trades as well as clean exchanges. Despite losing Huzaifa out there on the field, you can see that they are still unshaken, unstirred, even with the pressure coming from both the members of Oman as well as Iraq at the very same time. It's been such a gridlock situation inside of the city of Cruz the Valley that it does seem like Oman, the only way for them to really get past is either to take this trade up against Pakistan and Iraq, or swift the other way where they don't really have info up against Team Malaysia or Brunei.
Speaking of those two teams, I think they know they need to stay safe and try to maintain as long as there's still plenty of teams. They're waiting for the top 5 to start making something out of it, because they know at this rate right now, it's not worth it to be engaging with this kind of conflict. Yes, they do need an extra point for elimination, but will you be willing to risk to exploit your team's position by opening fire? Back to its Team Oman, that's going to be long shots to its T24 OP. He's probably deserving the daily MVP here for T24 OP. He's been brilliantly performing for the entire day, but Team Iraq, they are in shambles at the back line. They got shot quite plenty.
Yeah, it's been resources running low from either side of the parties where they've expended plenty of troubles. As for Oman, it's a lot of all these shells that they have been unloading. So they got to also be on the reserve as well. Take a look at Salami. That's only one extra clip that he does have. So he cannot afford to really waste all these equipments as well as utilities that they do have for the moment. And take a look at IQ. No troubles whatsoever. They are literally running really dry. Meanwhile, we're about to get a brand new update. Uzbekistan still in the mixture after securing themselves a victory in the first round of Miramar. Nepal, UAE, so far in safe distance. But I'm just surprised. Brunei as well as Malaysia, they've been really quiet despite sharing pretty much close locations, just like how Pakistan, Iraq has been for the past 10 minutes.
Oh, they know there's too much at stake here. I mean, what a big one! Fallout! That was brutal! Right in the face of Wahish, now coming in for the rush. It's go time, it's green light, and it's Fallout coming in with the DPS and finish off Wahish and EXO. Oh boy! Oh, Iraq! They need to stand. They need to survive. This is not supposed to go down. One more play and it's Pakistan. Finish off Icon. This is dangerous for Iraq right now, and Pakistan just don't know when to stop. What a disciplined play coming out from Pakistan's side.
Oh my word. Go signs coming in from the side of Pakistan. Ramses, he does have the P90, and now they're taking on this battle up against Nepal. They're feeling rather confident. 50 clips that he could actually work with. Meanwhile, it is a tough one to crack, but there is the arrival of UAE. This suddenly becomes a three-way battle.
Uzbekistan, I wouldn't worry too much about their position right now. Even though they got eliminated or not, they're still going to get themselves the top 4 regardless due to their last chicken dinner. Now, Glory might spot it out a couple of players from the back line. Uzbekistan, Ramses seems to be in the middle of this fight, but nobody noticed him just yet. It's 3 teams, 3-way fight. But unfortunately, it's going to be Team United Arab Emirates. Thank you so much to be part of this Asian Games, but it's not the end yet, because Uzbekistan now bad boy coming in with a hand grenade. Team Malaysia and Team Brunei still observing from the sidelines, but we talked about them. Voki take advantage. He knows they need to solidify. Iraq right now in a very shaky spot because Brunei is still alive, but surprise can happen. Team Oman might surprise us as well.
Yeah, Boki, he was smart enough to actually follow the trail of the sounds over in the north, and that's where he gets involved, but he's also taking a little bit more of that space to be safe enough from harm's way and allow these two teams to carry on this rally. It's been going on for more than a minute, and Zayo finally takes a big swing as he takes out Ramses. Meanwhile, Zayo got to check every single quarter because the Uzbekistan side have been able to really put a good solid defense by the back of the wall. There's still a few resources left from the side of Delta and Co, but Nepal, they're happy with the outcome. But Glory, how long can they hold on? Uzbekistan's done enough with 43 points, but of course, they want to settle the scores up against Nepal.
Team Brunei, they have to make something out of this. The position points, yes, it's going to be enough if they manage to get themselves the top 4, which we're down to like 2 more teams to wait it out. But if they're not doing anything much about it, Team Pakistan might actually now chase Team Brunei next, which they got themselves the circle. And there's still plenty of structures in this circle as well. But from Team Nepal's side, Uzbekistan, are they actually the kryptonite for Team Nepal? So we haven't seen Team Nepal fighting Team Uzbekistan too much. I think these are the first few fights we actually get to see these two teams fighting each other out. And now down to 2v2.
And it
Side of a circle.
It does seem like a level playing field between the two. They're just so well skilled where nobody's backing down. And as a matter of fact, Glory, he is getting up close and personal. He is going to get a glimpse as he goes for the jump. But there's a couple attacks coming from the backs. Now he's being surrounded by both of the members. It's only down to Hard Boy.
Hard Boy trying to play around the corners, ring around Rosie with the other team. Hard Boy just trying to secure those eliminations, but at the same time, he needs to pick Glory back up. 5 eliminations on the side of Uzbekistan right now. So unfortunately, but fortunately for the other teams, Team Pakistan finally out. They've been such a troublemaker for the bottom teams, man. Seriously. But
really
back to this team. This is another team, seems to be a troublemaker as well. Delta, the last man standing. But at least these two teams, we do know they are quite confirmed to see in the finals. Congratulations for both. The others at Nepal, Pakistan and Team Myanmar, of course, they are confirmed, including Uzbekistan, to get into the finals later today. But when it comes to Team Iraq, their fate pretty much lies in the hands of Team Brunei right now.
Truly. And overall, it is still that borderline. Team Malaysia is just holding on to that 2-pointer advantage. Brunei needs to at least equalize or needs to see Team Malaysia get wiped out in order to get that chance to move up a spot. And of course, that means they need to at least secure top 2. Of course,
it's
that's
not enough for top 2.
I mean, if it's top 2 and maybe...
it's basically enough, yeah.
But unless if it's the case where if it's Malaysia versus Brunei for the chicken dinner, then it becomes even more interesting that it makes it a must-win for Brunei. But of course, we can't count out Uzbekistan or as well as Oman, who's still involved.
Yes. I'm looking forward if Oman can actually change the tide completely. Imagine if Oman finished this with a chicken dinner. How about that?
Yeah, and take a look at that. They've already got 5 elimination points as well. They're doing really well so far in this matchup. And I wouldn't be surprised as well that they have a really good chance of getting themselves involved into the best spots possible. But now there's still plenty of space left here in stage 6. Voki has been poking and prodding, but right now, it might just be a risky move for Malaysia to leave him all alone to manage the situation. They send Kim on that 2-2 split. But for now, the rest of Team Malaysia keeping their eyes close onto Uzbek. And they're just by the edge of the map. Over the south side, take a look at Oman as well. They have spread out. Salami now getting himself further over onto the western side. But Brunei, they have the zone advantage and they got the compounds.
But they don't get themselves any points from that standpoint. So they're waiting for Oman to actually make a shot first. But for Team Oman, like it or not, they have to take the fight here. But I mean, they want the chicken. For elimination points, I think it's more than enough for Oman. But they need that chicken. They super need that chicken to 100% secure they get themselves the top 6. It's doable for Oman. Right now, they are at 24, pretty much at a tie with Team Brunei. The difference will be who will actually go down first. Every single point matter. Every single team that got eliminated first will impact who will get into the finals there. 3 teams that's unconfirmed that still have a shot. I think Iraq, it's safe to say they probably not going to make it with how Brunei's still alive now.
And Uzbekistan also gets to play spoilers in that 3-way battle for the final spot to hit into the finals for later in the evening. And that is where they will fight for the tickets for their chance to hit directly to the main event happening in Aichi, Nagoya, Japan for the 20th Asian Games that will be happening in September. Malaysia so far being very conservative, even more so for Team Brunei. All Brunei has to really do right now, play pure defense and nothing else. But they could also not afford to let too many drop of elimination points to go to the hands of Malaysia. Because if that is the case, then their chances will be hurt where they need much more to overcome Malaysia that's currently above them.
The only one without actions right now is just Team Brunei. Now they're being surrounded by all the teams that's remaining here. Fire shot. Iftar spot out Uzbekistan players. There's only 2 of them, but firepower-wise is more than enough. On the side of Team Brunei, very different buildings for some of their teammates. But Team Malaysia, like it or not, they have... Never mind, the circle's on their side. Team Oman is actually the one in the dire spot to get into this circle. They have this tiniest entry into the circle. A bit difficult for the position to actually score this chicken dinner, honestly.
I would say dare say the same as well. You can see Iftar has got this target locked over onto the corners of that compound. And thankfully, they're not really sticking their bodies out in the open for the meantime, or else that would be very detrimental to their chances here. And Uzbekistan, they're by the edge of the zone with only 2 members left. It is really difficult for them to really crack open that space, but if they could just basically get a little bit more of that terrain to cover from, maybe they might be able to squeeze a little bit of that space. But even so, Team Malaysia, they've been eyeing out on the field. So this is a very dangerous predicament for the side of Uzbekistan. Brunei, they're just making sure that they remain patient. They don't really have to do too much. But with this drop through from Uzbekistan, you can see they unleash a couple of straight tags out towards their side, and they're hoping to hunt out this point. Newbies goes down.
This is not great. This is the only time for them to actually get those points, but unfortunately it's been stolen. Also taken out by Voki. Team Malaysia take advantage as much as they can, while Hardboy is really giving it a hard time for Team Brunei right now. Oh boy, this is very close when it comes to really finishing at the line, the finishing line itself, between Team Oman, Malaysia and Team Brunei. I wouldn't worry too much for Team Uzbekistan. They definitely will be in the finals. But between Team Oman, now the Blue Zone's hitting him. Oh, they are just way soaked in the Blue Zone right now. It's so difficult to get out. If they will be the first one to get out of this 4 teams for Team Oman, I would dare to say it's not going to be enough for them yet. They have to at least get 2 more eliminations.
Oh, take a look at Oman. They're trying to brute force their way onto the territories of Brunei, but they got caught out because they got themselves pretty much cornered up with nowhere to hide. And that leaves Team Malaysia some chances to also snag some points. But Shaco secures it up against Schofield. And now, take a look at the points again. Brunei is just 1 point away from tying it with Malaysia.
They definitely overtake it, Rock. I think it's safe to say Malaysia and Brunei actually can get into the top 6 with the Rock get pushed down in this case. So congratulations, I guess, but it's down to Oman. If Oman can get 1 more point of elimination, but unfortunately the Blue Zone will start to finish him off. And they got eliminated by Faxcry. This confirmed as they swap places. Team Malaysia now in 5th place. As Team Oman will bow down. Now this is between Malaysia and Brunei just to score for the chicken.
And Brunei, they've already got 27 points. They just need at least 1 more point to knock down Team Iraq, who is not in the game right at this moment. So in the form of trades, they need to make sure if they were to scramble, they need to at least secure a point. That's all they need right now up against Team Malaysia. They can both make it true for Southeast Asia.
I think they already made it through, provided they only got themselves extra 6 points for the positions ranking. So it's just a matter of getting the chicken dinner to finish off such a great day today. But Shako already prepared himself with the DBFs. Now waiting for whoever steps in here. It's going to be this compound for the last circle. No more circle. We're down to stage 9. As Newbie waiting for this S12K. Voki got caught around the window. Now it's down to 3 players. 4v3 as Voki got finished instantly. But will the rest of the Malaysian players now slowly in shambles? First Cry making a comeback to a Shako. Finish it off. Now trading between these 2 teams. Trading blows. Level up the game to 2v1 Brunei. They couldn't score it yet. Chewy got burned by blue. Team Malaysia finish off the day with, last but not least, their first chicken dinner in this tournament.
And you cannot ask for a better outcome for both Team Malaysia as well as Brunei. And with this victory, Team Malaysia confirms their spot into the finals that will be happening within hours in the evening. And lo and behold, better late than never as the Tigers finally gets to pounce onto the chicken dinner. And Brunei, I believe they've done just about enough in that scramble to secure those points. They got those ranking points to overtake up against Iraq to make it to the top 6 as well. So this is definitely a huge celebration for the Malaysian fans out there back at home.
I was hoping a Cinderella story for Team Oman just now, because if just sadly the circle was the 8th stage circle and 7th stage circle really make it so hard for them, shifted away from the position and they got stuck in between Team Uzbekistan and Team Malaysia at the same time. It's a hard entry in, but if they actually score the chicken, I think Team Brunei couldn't make it in the case of Team Oman. But the problem is right now, I want to know how much of a difference between the 6th place and the 7th place. High chance Team Oman actually might push themselves with that 5 eliminations by the end of the day.
Yeah, you might be right as well. So we definitely do have to go into the drawing board where we will give the admins a little time to calculate And of course, I love the fact that we have such a nail-biter of a finish, Chuchu, because that got us by the edge of our seat with all that potential outcome. Uzbekistan, they've got themselves more than enough points. It was between these three teams, Malaysia, Brunei, as well as Oman, in order to secure that final spot. But of course, we talked about the potential of gaining more of that ranking points. Brunei, and I believe they've been able to find just about enough elimination points. So I just want to guarantee it, but I can't be too sure myself. But Malaysia, this chicken dinner will do that pretty much for them to stamp a mark heading into the finals.
Will Malaysia actually be in fourth place to take over Uzbekistan? I don't think so, because Uzbekistan just now did manage to get himself in the fourth place. So they still managed to get a couple of ranking points and elimination points out of that. But for the current ranking, 5th and 6th place, it's pretty obvious. Congratulations, Team Brunei. And of course, for Malaysia to finally get themselves the chicken dinner here in this tournament. But when it comes to the gameplay and game style, it's very similar. If you look at the elimination numbers, they're healing as well. It's very close.
This is why we call them the siblings, right? Everyone in Southeast Asia are basically brothers and sisters all together. And it's almost identical. If you basically blink, you could basically mistake those numbers for each other. Malaysia, though, 18 hefty points. Of course, the best outcome for the supporters back in their home turf. And of course, this is a round that is very top heavy. Take a look at the top 6. Everyone's having an average of 10 to 9 points. And that says a lot. But of course, we also got to remember there were heartbreaking moments, especially for Team Mongolia, one of the hot favorites to make it to the finals, did not get any form of momentum at all moving into Myanmar.
I don't blame them. Like we mentioned earlier of the day, it's a stack up lobby. You can see how scary the top teams are, especially Pakistan. When it comes to this Miramar, they have no pressure and nothing else to lose. They basically have everything they need and just basically destroy all the teams that needed the points just now, especially in the case of teams like Oman. Now I want to see the overall ranking, how close they were into getting the top 6. They are just a few points away for Team Iraq and Oman. Actually, if they score a chicken, it's going to be a total different ending for them. But unfortunately, that 5% of luck when it comes to the circle definitely gives so much impact by the end of the day. But congratulations for the top 6 teams. Team Nepal, Team Pakistan, Myanmar, Uzbekistan, and Malaysia, as well as Brunei. They will be advanced into the finals and meet up with another 6 teams from Group A.
That's right. And of course, thank you so much to Iraq, Oman, Mongolia, Laos, as well as the UAE for participating in this Asian Games Qualifiers. We're definitely seeing them in the future for them to bounce back stronger. And of course, they've been able to show us some really great plays, keeping everyone who's watching absolutely entertained. Of course, we see a lot of great potential even for the newcomers such as Oman that's been able to show their very own flair. And here we have it, ladies and gentlemen, our finalists that will be playing later here on the Sunday run with, of course, Vietnam, Thailand, Hong Kong, China, KSA, Indonesia, as well as Jordan from Group A.
Yeah, but when it comes to the Group B, who just ended up their run just now, it's going to be Team Nepal, Team Pakistan, Team Myanmar, Team Uzbekistan, Team Malaysia, and Team Brunei. Later, we do know when it comes to Group A yesterday, it has been a very dominating lobby by Team Vietnam. But when it comes to B Group, pretty much everyone seems to be on the same boat, and whoever makes the first mistake will have that difficulty. But later today, which is going to be Sunday finals, it's going to be fun to watch. Really stoke up for that.
Yeah, and of course, well, this has been quite the exhilarating battle, and tomorrow it gets even better because we're gonna stack some of the hard hitters to be stacked up against each other. So, will the best, of course, prevail to book their tickets to Aichi, Nagoya, Japan. So, that being said, though, Choo, it's been quite the blast to be able to cast throughout the wee hours of night together alongside with you. So, of course, thanks to the viewers out there as well. It's been quite the pleasure, and we will definitely see the best out of the very best out of Asia is happening in the finals.
Yep, and make sure you guys stay tuned because it's going to be later today. I don't know what times are you guys at, but it's going to be on Sunday, which we're already at 3 a.m. here for our time zone. But I think the on-ground is going to be 2 in the morning. So they definitely have to rest well for the players that played today for Group B. Because like it or not, they have to go for another run because it's about getting into the main event later on in the next few months. So for the side of who will qualify into the main event, there's only going to be 8 teams, if I'm not mistaken, to qualify for Japan as the main event.
That's right. And of course, that being said, it is still going to be quite the battle for these teams to make it, though, because we have very heavy competitors coming in from the side of Group A as well as Group B. And I mean, this is basically what dreams are made of, where we're seeing all the superstars come together in unity, sharing the same dream, the same passion for the love of the game. And of course, thanks to everyone behind the Asian Games for putting this all together. This being the very first time that we're seeing a Battle Royale category to be played out here in the 20th Asian Games. This is a milestone by itself. And of course, with that dream for everyone out there who aspires to become a pro player, they can imagine, of course, the opportunities out there, that there is a bright future for the newer generation.
Trying to get my eyes getting brighter. I'll try my best. But for you guys watching at home, don't forget, for tomorrow it's going to be a super important day for your national teams. So make sure you guys give them all your support that you can give, and also cheer and rally behind your national teams, because tomorrow will be, no, not tomorrow, later today, there will only a handful of them that can qualify into the main event. And when it comes to the main event, we have 4 teams already reserved for their slot in the main event. That's going to be Team China, Team Chinese Taipei, Team South Korea, as well as Team Japan. But when it comes to their journey, this is only the start for the teams that managed to qualify into the finals.
That's right. Of course, with all that being said, though, there's definitely plenty for you guys to check out. Make sure you guys do follow PUBG Mobile Esports in every single platform that there is to always stay up to date. Of course, if you guys are wondering of the schedules as well as where the live streams are, well, once you follow it, then you don't really have to worry. We'll keep you guys notified as well. So, of course, I think today there's just plenty of highlights out there, which we're waiting for the highlights to roll in at any given moment. But overall, I think it's been a splendid day of action where we saw from start to finish. We've seen those multiple chicken dinners coming from Nepal. We've seen those multiple chicken dinners coming in from Myanmar as well, which we thought it's going to be an absolute domination, just like what Group A has shown us. I think the record still remains that 99 point from Vietnam was difficult to beat as a host nation. Tomorrow we get to see them in action. So I believe that's all for now that we're getting here, Choo Choo.
Yeah, and that's going to be the wrap